Hi, good morning. I'd like to declare this district plan hearing DP 22-5 reconvened. It's held with the purpose of plan change hearings. And I'd like to point out that the meeting is being live streamed and Zoom facilities are available, and so there will be people likely to be watching in. Perhaps begin with just to introduce your panel. My name is John Scrimger. I'm a councillor, been a councillor for the past 9 years, deputy mayor for this current term. I am, among other responsibilities, also chairman of our district plan committee, and as such, or because of the fact that I am a registered RMA hearings chairperson. Perhaps if we go to our other panel members.
Good morning, my name is James Denyer. I'm a councillor for Katahi Waihi Beach Ward. I've been a councillor for 3 years, and I'm a qualified hearings commissioner, and I'm also chair of the Audit and Risk Committee at Council.
Good morning, my name is Murray Granger. I'm a Kaimai Ward councillor, first term councillor. Before that, I was chair of the Mokoroa Community Board and also a qualified hearings commissioner.
And my name is Alan Withy. I'm an independent RMA commissioner. I have been appointed by council with delegated powers to participate in the decision making of the committee.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. Just for folks' understanding, we do have break time scheduled for morning tea and lunch, and we'll take those when seems appropriate in terms of the flow of evidence. Should there be an emergency, I certainly hope not, staff will direct you to exits and evacuation gathering places. There will be morning tea available in the foyer there if you require. And particularly like you to note that evidence has been circulated to all the parties and has been read by commissioners. You're certainly welcome as you present evidence to take questions as you see fit. And just be mindful at times that we have a lot of documents to circulate around, and so it just can sometimes take us a minute to pull up what we require. So I think with that, we've pretty much covered off the housekeeping matters. So we can move on to the business in hand. So this is for plan change 94, which relates to the Washer Road Business Park. We welcome you all here today. So I'm not sure who wants to kick off, but sorry, I forgot our planner. Yes, I should get the order right, shouldn't I? If we go to Ms. Price first, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Withy and Commissioners. Plan Change 94 is a private plan change which has been prepared by Momentum Planning and Design and adopted by Council. The purpose of the plan change is to rezone rural zoned land within the subject site to industrial zone and create a new structure plan for the site. The structure plan proposes a number of changes to the district plan, including rezoning the 7 hectares of land from rural to industrial, creating the new structure plan, which shows areas for development, roads, stormwater, and landscaping, and some new rules to allow for development and manage effects. There were 4 submissions and no further submissions made on the plan change. The applicant has made several changes to the structure plan as a result of the submissions received. The revised structure plan has taken into account the feedback from the submissions and made changes to the proposed intersection upgrade and the location of the landscape buffer along the stream. The level of detail and the assessments provided in the application and the revised structure plan demonstrates that suitable infrastructure can be accommodated within the site. My report recommends that the plan change is approved, subject to several changes which have been outlined in my section 42A report, and I won't cover these again here. I've reviewed the applicant's expert evidence and the submitter's evidence, which has been received and circulated prior to the hearing, and I just have several comments to make. Regarding Richard Cole's evidence for the applicant, point 29 and 30 discuss the first gas easement and buffer area. As a point of clarification, and Mr. Coles may wish to comment on this as part of his evidence, could he confirm if this, how wide the pipeline easement currently is? And then this also relates to the evidence of Mr. Telford for the applicant, who considers that the buffer distance of 10 to 15 metres from the pipeline to the toe of the fill is sufficient. And the second point for Mr. Coles to clarify during his consultation with First Gas was discussion around widening of the existing easement, or if a smaller buffer area as suggested by Mr. Telford would be acceptable. Regarding the evidence of Mr. Carlisle on transportation matters for the applicant, I have reviewed the concept design and I support this for the signalised intersection, and note that this has been developed in conjunction with Council's roading engineer, Mr. Callum McLean. And we are actually just contacting him to see if he is available for any questions that you may have around the roading matters.
Thank you.
At point 57 of Mr. Carlisle's evidence, he recommends a control on the level of development that may proceed prior to the implementation of the intersection improvements. And I'd just seek some clarification from Mr. Carlisle during his presentation as to the level of development he considers appropriate for the intersection improvements, or if the improvements should be completed in conjunction with the first stage being 1A or prior to any buildings on site. Just turning to the submitter's evidence, I have no comments to make at this time, but I'll reserve any comments to the end if I see fit. So that just concludes my summary. If you have any questions for me, I'm happy to answer them.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Withy? Right. Councillor? No. Okay, thank you for that. Ms. Price?
All right, so we can turn to the applicants then, please.
Thank you, Richard Coles here. We've got, in terms of order of speakers, there'll be myself today, followed by Rob Telford from CMW Geoscience, then Ian Carlisle from Stantec for traffic, and then Peter Moody with respect to engineering matters. Mr. Moody has another engagement at 12 o'clock, so we'll try and get through things as quickly as possible and enable him to get away.
Appreciate that.
But I'll just kick off. Just so you're aware, we have made some adjustments to the structure plan, and that's been circulated in this bundle, which you should have. I'd just like to go through my evidence, and then I've prepared a reasonably detailed rebuttal evidence with respect to the regional council's evidence that they've presented. So I'll go through my evidence of chief first, then followed by my rebuttal.
Thank you.
Just starting at para 8, if that's okay. The applicant, David Marshall, seeks a plan change to rezone approximately 7 hectares of land at 66 Washer Road from rural to industrial and establish the Washer Road Business Park. This comprises a southern portion of David Marshall's farm, which is a wedge-shaped piece of pastoral land, which is watered by Washer Road. The balance of the Marshall farm to the north and east beyond the Hini stream. We've done some further calculations in terms of developable land, and it's around 4.2 hectares of the plan change area is actually able to be developed with buildings. The balanced land will either be is encumbered by a gas easement, a stop bank, and landscaping setbacks, and other spatial constraints.
Excuse me, could you just repeat, was it 4.2 hectares you see?
Approximately 4.2 hectares.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. Some of that land could be used for yard space between the 4.2 and the 7 hectares, but where buildings will be located, it's about 4.2. Yeah, a structure plan has been prepared for the site and accompanies the plan change documentation. The industrial land supply in Te Puke is constrained by the fact that much of the industrial zone land in Te Puke remains part of an operational farm and depends on roading and infrastructure upgrades before it can be developed. This relates predominantly to the Te Puke West industrial area. And as Te Puke is an urban growth area, as well as an existing town, there is a need for employment land to provide employment opportunities for these future residents. Recent flood modelling for the Te Puke West industrial area has identified it as being flood prone and is therefore severely constrained. This, combined with the fact that the large portion of this land is an operational farm, means it is unlikely to be developed in the near future. There are limited opportunities for new industrial land within Te Puke to replace lost supply in the event that the Te Puke West is not developed. Although the high-value Rangiru Business Park is currently being developed some 5 kilometres, that should be east of Te Puke. The plan change application is supported by several technical reports, including traffic, infrastructure servicing, geotechnical, and landscape and visual effects. Additional reporting has been completed on the ecological values of the site and the Hini stream and natural hazards to respond to a submission from the Regional Council. 2 other submissions were received which raised concerns primarily regarding traffic and pedestrian safety, seeking road improvements. The Council's planners report has assessed the proposal and considered the matters raised by submitters and made recommendations that the plan change application is largely supported by Council, subject to minor amendments recommended to the structure plan to respond to the matters raised by submitters. Sorry, I think the scope of the plan change is reasonably clear, so if I just move on to para 17. Council Planners Report has assessed the plan change submission matters by topics 1 to 8, and I have responded to these in the commentary below, referencing whether I agree with the planner's planning report recommendation. I agree with the planner's recommendation in topic 1 that the rezoning of the land to industrial is appropriate for the site and will provide additional greenfield industrial land within Te Puke. A total of 4 submissions were received following notification of the application, and these include Bay of Plenty Regional Council, EastPac, and M&H Salt, and a late submission from First Gas. I address the submitted matters first and reference the planner's report where appropriate. The Bay of Plenty Regional Council submission raises several matters primarily around the need for a natural hazard assessment pursuant to Appendix L of the RPS and the need for an ecological assessment to assess the values of the site and the Hini stream. They also seek that the plan change site be consistent with various policies of the regional policy statement. I've prepared an assessment pursuant to Appendix L and circulated this to Council and also Bay of Plenty Regional Council. This has been generally accepted, but further commentary has been received from the Regional Council regarding the assessment with respect to differential settlement and lateral spread as a result of a ULS event, which is a large-scale event, 500-year magnitude or greater. The CMW geotech assessment has been updated to expand on commentary with respect to these effects greater than the 500 years. and has concluded that the buildings are unlikely to collapse. The evidence of CMW's Robert Telford addresses these matters further. The planner's report addresses this under topic 6, natural hazards, and I agree with the recommendation that the natural hazard issues have been addressed and there is a low risk. The Regional Council has also recommended in their submission that the landscape buffer along the Hinianga stream would interfere with the access to the Hinianga stream for maintenance and also maintenance of the flood protection works. The planner's report discusses this matter in topic 2, structure plan. I agree that the landscape needs to be relocated on the western side of the stop bank, and the structure plan has been updated to reflect this. This also increases the buffer between the stream and the nearest future industrial building, that being well in excess of 10 metres setback recommended by CMW to avoid lateral spread hazard risk. The plan's report under topic 7 has suggested an ecological report be completed to assess the ecological values relevant to the plan change area. An ecological assessment has been prepared by Boffa Miskell with respect to the site and also the Hinianga stream, which has been circulated to the Bay of Plenty and Council. The values of the stream ecology have been identified as significant pursuant to the NPS freshwater management. The concern from the Regional Council was that the industrial area would discharge contaminant or sediment-laden stormwater into the stream, affecting the water quality and affecting fauna within the stream. The stormwater treatment train approach has been recommended to address these matters, including a mixture of swales, proprietary stormwater treatment devices, and a stormwater wetland as an end-of-line final qualitative treatment of stormwater prior to discharge into the stream. The stormwater management system is explained further in the evidence of Peter Moody, a registered engineer with extensive experience in designing stormwater systems. Prior to any discharge of stormwater, a resource consent will be required from the Regional Council, which enables suitable conditions to be imposed on resource consent to ensure that stormwater discharge quality is of an appropriate quality for the receiving environment. And I note, I think the Council's recently obtained a comprehensive discharge consent for Te Puke, but I haven't yet cited it. The district plan already recognises and provides for low impact design stormwater systems. Amendment to the structure plan to incorporate the Lysart services plan is sufficient, in my opinion, to guide the stormwater design with the plan change area towards a stormwater treatment train, while retaining sufficient flexibility not to specify individual providers of stormwater systems. This is consistent with the council planner's recommendations under topic 4, stormwater, that the applicant provide an assessment of likely stormwater system. With respect to topic 5, the district plan already has a rule framework for the management of hazardous substances under section 9 and 21 of the operative district plan. I agree with the reporting planner that these are appropriate to manage hazardous substances within the industrial area, and there's no need to duplicate these rules or create site-specific rules for the Washer Road Industrial Park. The submissions from EastBack and the salts relate primarily to traffic and pedestrian safety matters, including upgrades required for roads, the Station Road Bridge and the Cameron Road Jellicoe Street intersection, and the footpath extensions. Ian Carlisle of Stantec in his evidence has considered the necessity of road upgrades and other mitigation required, and generally concurs with the council's position on the upgrades. The planner's report discusses this under topic 3, transport. I've consulted with the applicant and concur with recommended upgrade works are proposed and timing are acceptable as proposed in option 1, page 10 of the planner's report. A revised intersection concept plan has been prepared by Stantec for the signalised intersection of Jellicoe Street and Cameron Road. Previously, this was proposed to be a roundabout. The staging of the road and pedestrian upgrade works have been updated in the structure plan to align with the council recommendations. First Gas have lodged a submission in relation to the gas pipe to ensure future industrial activities and or development works, roads, earthworks, vegetation do not affect the pipeline. The gas pipeline is subject to an existing easement which has stringent controls on activities within the easement and includes limitations as to vegetation able to be planted above the gas pipeline. I've consulted directly with First Gas, who have provided additional information. Critical issues relate to earthworks or any works in or over the easement. As earthworks will trigger large-scale earthworks consent under the Bay of Plenty Natural Resources Plan, the effects of earthworks on the First Gas infrastructure will likely be taken into account specifically at that time when detailed design is further progressed. And Rob Telford will expand on that specifically in his evidence. Category 1 geotech engineers will advise the design of any earthworks associated with the development of the plan change site. The structure plan identifies the easement, and we have added a note to the structure plan that works in, over, or adjacent to First Gas easement will require consultation with First Gas. This will act as a trigger for future land use and or subdivision proposals in addition to the easement instruments protecting the pipeline. The 20-metre buffer area performance standard recommended by the council planner under topic 8 creates an unnecessary encumbrance over every stage of the development, as it effectively creates a 40-metre wide corridor, 20 metres either side of the gas pipeline. Just to divert there's 2 gas pipelines through the easement at the moment, so the 20-metre offset would be from the centre line of that gas pipe. Where a resource consent is triggered if earthworks or buildings are proposed in this area. As a category 1 geotech engineer will be involved in advising and reporting on earthworks and roading design across the gas easement, I consider that this is already addressed by existing legislation. An additional note on the structure plan would provide an appropriate flag for future land use and subdivision consent applications. No additional rules are necessary, in my opinion, as the consent triggers are already in place, subdivision and earthworks. I do not support Rule 21B 4B recommended by the planner for these reasons. First Gas have also, should be raised, the issue regarding landscaping should not encroach into the easement where there is a requirement for the street landscaping. This is amendment to Rule 21.4C of the Council Planner's report is acceptable. This can be included in the amendments to the district plan. Proposed minor amendments. Minor amendments have been made to the structure plan to reflect the recommendations from submitters and the Council Planner where these have been adopted. And in conclusion, the plan change is an appropriate location to establish industrial land uses. It will mirror the established industrial activities of Eastback on the western side of Washer Road and may provide the opportunity for supporting industrial businesses to establish nearby. Natural hazards are able to be avoided or mitigated to an extent that the effects of natural hazards are low, taking into account the RPS assessment criteria. A treatment train approach to stormwater management has been included in the structure plan to ensure the stormwater is appropriately treated to maintain the water quality and ecological values of the Ahinianga stream are maintained. A staged approach to the road and pedestrian bridge upgrades will progressively improve the road network and result in safety improvements. The plan change will provide additional industrial land within the urban fringe of Te Puke, with an employment pool within a short drive, cycle or walk. Given these anticipated outcomes, it is my view that the plan change can be approved. Just in terms of the gas easement, the width of it at the moment is between 10.5 and 12 metres. It varies from the centre line of the gas pipes, and it was probably overlaid in terms of the buffer that was acceptable, when it was originally registered many years ago. Just to my rebuttal evidence, I'm assuming everyone's got a copy of that now.
Could we just pause you there perhaps
Sure,
and
yes.
ask you a question?
Sure.
And or clarification in regard to the gas pipeline easement, because you've indicated you're not satisfied with council's recommendation in regard to the 20-metre zone either side of the line.
Yes.
And so essentially, I'm assuming you're seeking pushback in relation to that.
I mean, Rob Telford will expand further, but only because the site needs to be preloaded for areas where buildings or heavy machinery is going to be standing within the site. The preload will be placed at an offset, which will be established by a Cat 1 geotech engineer, which at the moment seems to be about 10 metres from the centre of the pipeline. This is subject to further geotech assessment. There's a stage 2 geotech assessment which will be necessary. And then the preload will be measured with survey pegs to make sure the settlement is, there's no differential settlement next to the gas main.
So your biggest issue is essentially at the stages in regard to the preloading requirement rather than the.
No, there will be a preloading requirement to
Yeah,
make the site usable,
yes.
but the location of that will be set by the Cat 1 geotech engineer anyway. And when a subdivision or development is proposed, there'll be a building line restriction which will be recommended and specified, which will identify setback for future buildings. So there's a protection mechanism in place for the gas pipeline through the development process.
So separating out the two issues in regard to preloading and building. Thank you.
Yeah,
it's helpful.
Yep.
Right. I'll let him carry. What do you want to ask now before we go on to his rebuttal evidence?
Perhaps I'll ask now.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. Sorry.
Okay, Richard, I'd like some clarification on the areas you're talking about, perhaps.
Yes.
So in your point 8, you talk about 7.012 hectares of land for the entire site.
Yes.
And point 9, you mention 6.1 hectares of developable land.
Yeah.
And then you've just mentioned 4.2 hectares of actual buildings. So the difference between 4.2 and 6.1 would be like car parks and
Yes,
that sort of.
that's correct.
And where does I was looking at the gas gas pipeline setback, you've got 700 meters times 40-meter corridor, if you like.
Yes.
Gives you 2.8 hectares.
Yeah.
So where does the 2.8 fit in with those numbers? Have you assumed that 40?
I haven't assumed the setback. I've basically assumed a setback that will be about 10 metres. So there'll be a 10-metre setback from the gas pipeline either side. There's a drainage easement which is to the east of the plan change site, which we've identified on the structure plan, just for the fact that it's an encumbrance which needs to be recognised. And then further to the east of that drainage easement, there's another landscape setback proposed on the western side of the stop bank of 10 metres wide. So by the time you start adding all these up, the developable area is reducing further and further.
And if you were to have the 40-meter, that would go even smaller. That's what you're saying.
I guess there's already mechanisms in place for consideration of earthworks through both the district and regional council that would be assessed at the time of application for resource consent. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just thinking. So you had, if you go with a 40-meter setback, 20-meter either side, you're actually going to end up with 4.2 less 1.4 meters of, 6.1 less 1.4 of developable land.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we're trying. Yeah.
But just to further clarify that, perhaps the siting of the gas line, how far from the road is it? Like, so how far on one side?
The gas main shown on the structure plan so we've identified as a purple easement area.
Is it 10 metres from the road, 50 metres, 30 metres?
Well, it's to the road boundary in some parts of the site,
yes.
and then it's set back, which appears to be about 25 to 30 metres in other parts.
So what I'm getting at is that the 40, if you take Councillor Denya's 40 metres, it doesn't all encroach into your 7.1 hectares.
But that's right. That's right. But it will be a large portion of the site would be affected by it.
Yes,
Yep.
certainly. Okay, and that's why I asked you at the beginning for clarification about the 4.2.
Yeah.
Councillor Granger.
Yes, thanks. Just following on that, do the rules allow car parking over the gas pipeline?
I understand that you can have car parking over the gas main. It will be subject to preparation of a subgrade that would go over the gas pipeline. The depth of that subgrade would be checked by a category 1 geotech engineer. We've got to maintain access to the gas main, so for maintenance. So you can't encumber free and easy access to the gas main. That's what the easement states. So you can't put trees on there, you can't put buildings.
Yes, but it doesn't have to be totally left as grass or whatever.
Yeah, we had considered whether it would be an appropriate location to put a swale. But then if the gas main needed maintenance, we'd have to divert the swale. So, yeah.
And one other question, if I may, do you know what the heights of the East Pack buildings are?
Heights of the East Pack, I think they're about 9 metres, 9 to 10 metres.
Sweet.
No more. Sorry, you can continue with your rebuttal evidence then.
Yeah, just point 1 of the rebuttal evidence. So this evidence responds to the matters raised by the Regional Council in their comprehensive evidence, and also comments further on the first gas submission. I think we've covered that off now, but I'll just work through it. Para 2, the plan change site has been assessed for natural hazard risk and has been identified as low in an assessment pursuant to Appendix L of the RPS. The Regional Council has provided their most recent flood hazard model information, and this has identified that the flooding to a depth of approximately 30 millimetres affects the northeastern part of the site during a 1% AEP flood event, including a RCP 8.5 climate adjusted to 2130. CMW have calculated that settlement up to 370 millimetres may occur during a ULS event. Now, Rob Telford will expand on that. He's checked some calculations and he thinks it might be a bit less. Ground improvements in the form of preloading the site is recommended, and these works will be undertaken at a time of development, which will also raise the ground level above the 1% AEP event. The RPS policy NH4B requires a low natural hazard risk for greenfield development, and this will be achieved with the works outlined above. Policy NH4B also requires offsite effects of development to not increase natural hazards and to other land. So there are 2 aspects to be considered here, and the first is whether the filling of the site may result in an increased flooding elsewhere in the catchment due to flood displacement effects. And Peter Moody has calculated that the effects of filling an identified floodable area on the site is minute, and the effects are inconsequential. And Mark Townsend agrees with the statement of para 26 of his evidence. So the offsite effects are considered to be acceptable and of such a small nature to be consistent with NH4B. The second relates to increased flooding outside the development site due to an increase in impermeable surfaces within the plan change area and resultant increase in stormwater. Peter Moody has calculated the effects of increased runoff during the 1% AEP event and concluded that this too would have increase in flood depth of the catchment below the site to such a minor extent that it is difficult to measure, being 0.24 millimetres. Floodplain Regional Council's position is that any increase in flooding is unacceptable and that stormwater should be attenuated to 80% of the pre-development flow. This is possible within the development site but consumes a much larger portion of the site as a larger stormwater wetland is needed. My view is that there are parts of the site with that will unlikely be developed due to offsets from the stop bank and stream, landscaping areas and existing easement areas for first gas and private drainage easements. Using these areas for stormwater conveyance pathways is logical in the structure plan, and the structure plan has been updated to include this. This also has the added benefit of increasing the site storage for stormwater and reducing the stormwater attenuation pond volume. These aspects will be dealt with at the time of detailed design of the stormwater system, associated earthworks, and the necessary resource consent applications to the Regional Council. Applying the above renders the risk of natural hazards as very low, in my opinion, and consistent with NH4B of the RPS. Council's development code requires a freeboard for industrial sites above the 1% AEP flood hazard of 300 millimetres. This is the distance between the 1% flood level and the finished floor level of the buildings. After preloading and filling of the site, is anticipated that it would be at least 400 millimetres of freeboard achieved, which will exceed the minimum requirements. The Western Bay of Plenty District Plan already has objectives and policies and rules with respect to natural hazards, specifically flood overlay maps identifying areas of flood risk. The mapping of the floodable area on the site creates triggers for earthworks, subdivision and development. So resource consents will be necessary from the District Council for works within these areas of the plan change site. The District Plan also has rules with respect to site suitability, which includes any special geotechnical requirements. These will be addressed as part of future resource consent applications for earthworks. Due to the scale of the plan change area and scale of the proposed staging areas, earthworks will trigger a consent under the Bay of Plenty Natural Resources Plan, as the exposed area will exceed 1 hectare and the volume will exceed a maximum permitted volume of 5,000 cubic metres. In addition to this, there is a regional council bylaw which requires approval from the regional council for works in close proximity to the flood protection structures, which is a stop bank. So there's sort of like a double whammy or triple whammy consenting process which is needed through the district council, through the regional council in terms of the natural resources plan, and also through their bylaw. Given this consenting and approval framework ready within the district plan, there is adequate provisions for the consideration of earthworks and associated effects with respect to natural hazards. No additional objectives and policies or rules are necessary. However, I do understand that Council, through Plan Change 92, Te Puke and Omokoro urban growth areas, are updating the flood hazard terminology to be consistent with the 1% AEP climate adjusted to 2130, and this includes the plan change site and plan change 92 is proposed to be notified on the 20th of August. So by the time a decision has been made to plan change 94, the new plan rules will be notified and be relevant consideration to any future resource consents. Nathan Tapiri has proposed, as the regional council planning expert, has proposed a new definition of functionally compromised, which relates to buildings within the floodplain. If buildings were proposed within the floodplain, then this rule would be necessary. But as the site will be raised above the flood hazard, this definition is not required. Industrial activities and stormwater treatment train. The industrial zone provisions of the district plan list industry as a permitted activity within the zone, and the definition of industry is broad and enabling, providing for a wide range of activities with varying degrees of effects. I agree that the management of stormwater is an important issue given the important ecological values of the Ohini-Angaunga stream that is located along the west, that's the eastern boundary. I must be getting tired of the site. A stormwater treatment train approach is proposed that will manage stormwater from a source to its final discharge into the Ohini stream. Lysart consultants have provided a diagram that shows an indicative layout of swales, proprietary stormwater devices, and a stormwater treatment train. Our client is likely to maintain the development and develop the land with industrial buildings that will not generate toxic stormwater. The stormwater contaminants will likely be typical of industrial activities, having large industrial buildings with large roof areas and sealed yards. The district plan has triggers for the storage and use of hazardous substances under Chapter 9 of the district plan, which requires a hazardous facilities screening procedure to identify and quantify risk. These are frequently used for manufacturing activities and other activities that are classified as a hazardous facility. Resource consent is required for hazardous facilities that exceed the thresholds in Table 1, Chapter 9 of the district plan. And matters of discretion are broad, and information requirements pursuant to Rule 9.7 are quite extensive. As the land will be raised above the flood hazard, there is an extremely low risk of hazardous substances being affected by a flood. Storage of hazardous substances are usually located indoors or within purpose-built storage areas with spill containment measures to minimize risk of a hazardous substance reaching the stormwater network. As the future activities are unknown, but likely to be cleaner industrial activities, we suggest that a comprehensive stormwater consent will be obtained for the plan change area that will include the design of the stormwater system and achieve an agreed stormwater discharge quality standard. The treatment train design would be prepared, taking into account the stormwater management guidelines of the Bay of Plenty region 2012, and also the comprehensive stormwater consent for Te Puke. The operative industrial provisions identify high-risk facilities in Rule 21.8, schedule high-risk facilities, which identifies a reason for classifying those activities as high risk. High-risk facilities require resource consent pursuant to Rule 21.3.8C, and Council's discretion includes measures to avoid or mitigate potential stormwater effects under Rule 21.6.3. And the rule indicates that Bay of Plenty Regional Council will be notified. This provides for site-specific stormwater treatment to be provided for high-risk facilities, including the opportunity to request site-specific pollution plans as identified in Susan Era's evidence for the Regional Council. As resource consent will be required from the Regional Council for the stormwater attenuation and discharge consent, which will require the treatment train to be specifically designed, in my opinion, there is only a need for a rule that requires a comprehensive stormwater system to be designed for the Washer Road Industrial Park area. Bay of Plenty Regional Council is the consenting authority. As the district plan already indicates, a preliminary concept design and rules within the district plan require discharge consents to be obtained from the Regional Council. I believe that the rule framework in the operative district plan and regional plans, along with the stormwater management guidelines for the Bay of Plenty, should be sufficient to ensure the stormwater system for the plan change is sufficiently comprehensive to protect the water quality of the Ohini stream. As the volumes of stormwater discharge will exceed the permitted volumes of the regional natural resources plan, the Regional Council will have the opportunity to review the design and assumptions of the stormwater system proposed and specify discharge quality to be achieved. Need for specific new rules. The structure plan includes a treatment train diagram proposed by Lysart. At the time of the subdivision development, the structure plan will provide guidance on the layout, mitigation, planting, roading and infrastructure, including stormwater flow paths and treatment. There is an activity performance standard requiring this already within the district plan. This, along with the rules relating to high-risk facilities and hazardous substances and the need for resource consent from the Regional Council, provide an appropriate framework for managing stormwater from the plan change area. In my opinion, no additional rules are necessary with respect to stormwater quality management. However, there may be some merit in the following rules that respond to Bay of Plenty Regional Council's submission and evidence of Nathan Tapiri and other experts. And that really just explains and the fact that there is a structured plan in Appendix 7, that there is a need for a stormwater treatment train process to be implemented for the site. And also that there's a need that new buildings are situated on land above the 1% floodplain. So I've actually included those rules within the bundle, which includes a strikeout. It's on the back page there.
Okay, do you wish to continue?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Continued access to the stop bank structure. Continued access to the stop bank structure will be provided by relocating the landscaping to the western side of the stop bank and leaving an access track adjacent to the stream. I'm uncertain of the setbacks required for maintenance of the stop bank. So on the western side, the regional council has stated that there's a further setback necessary so that both sides of the stop bank can be accessed. But if a vacant access strip is required on the western side of the stop bank, this may reduce the available space for the landscaping buffer. But in my view, a reduced landscaping buffer combined with the stop bank clearways will provide sufficient separation from the industrial activities to the stream. First gas main and earthworks, I think I've covered that one off. Rob Telford will address this further in his evidence, and I'm happy to answer any further questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Withy, do you have any questions?
Mr. Coles, you, in your supplementary evidence, paragraph 26, you gave us some suggested additional wording, and you said there may be some merit.
Yeah.
It seems to me that plans, regional and district, are becoming so complicated that you need a planner or a lawyer to understand them. And if one were to argue that words should only be added when necessary, what's your view on this text? Is it necessary, desirable, or superfluous in your opinion?
I don't think it's necessary. I think it's probably desirable to lead future consultants and experts in terms of designing the stormwater system. And it also has been written in a way which is recognising that there's a two-stage process. So there would be there'd be the stormwater treatment train process, which would meet the requirements for most industrial activities that don't feature as a high-risk facility. But if there was a high-risk facility or hazardous substance that was going to be stored on site, then that would require additional stormwater treatment. And there's triggers for consent.
That'll do me.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I just wanted to know what you meant by may.
Right, yeah.
You've explained that. Thank you.
That's a Daniel. Councillor Granger.
Can you tell me for us what restrictions may apply to the site from the private drainage easement?
Private drainage easement.
Yeah.
That relates, no, I can't actually. I haven't searched that. That relates primarily to pipe reticulation. There's no at surface swale which has been established, but we've identified it's never been used for 50 years. So it's effectively a redundant drainage easement on the eastern side of the site. So that could be used by the dominant tenements of the easement, I guess, in the future. There's industrial activities on the western side of Washer Road, which have benefit to that drainage easement.
Thank you. Then on paragraph 18, you said our client is likely to maintain and develop the land. And then on paragraph 25, you said at the time of subdivision. So are they going to retain it or are they going to subdivide and sell?
I've really picked out the word subdivision and development because that's the, it's the heading of the subdivision and development chapter of the district plan. I'm not aware that of the intent to subdivide and sell land, but I don't want to discount that on behalf of the applicant.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you. And then the last one was 21. You said as the future activities are unknown, but are likely to be cleaner industrial activities. Obviously, if it's subdivided, so
large storage sheds for products. Normally, they have colour seal roofs, sealed yard areas, pretty clean type activity. Stormwater runoff is normally quite clean, but would still go through a treatment train process. The idea of wreckers yards and things like that is not on the applicant's radar. But saying that, the district and regional plans have rules to control those effects as well.
thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Coles.
Thank you.
It's be appropriate to proceed then to your next witness.
Yeah, Rob Telford said. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. My full name is Robert Benjamin Telford. I'm an associate engineering geologist with CMW Geosciences here in Tauranga. I've worked as an engineering geologist with a number of professional consultancies since 2003. I have experience with numerous residential and commercial developments, having worked for extended periods in Auckland and Christchurch, including during the Christchurch earthquakes and the rebuild, and have been based in the Bay of Plenty since 2012. I'm familiar with the requirements of the Building Code and the Resource Management Act as they relate to the geotechnical engineering of large and small projects. And I've provided specialist advice to several projects under the Bay of Plenty Regional Council Regional Policy Statement, including the Tutumu development and parts of the Tauriko business estate. I hold a degree of Bachelor of Science from the University of Auckland, and I'm a TCC and Western Bay accredited Category 1 geoprofessional. I've read the Code of Conduct for expert witnesses, and I confirm that my evidence and professional engagement complies with that Code of Conduct. Moving to the scope of evidence. The evidence I present is specific to the geotechnical investigations and analyses undertaken by CMW for this development, as presented in our Geotechnical Investigation Report, or GIR, dated May 2022. I was not an author of that report, but I have reviewed the results and recommendations, and I am familiar with the geological conditions of the site and the surrounding area, as well as the methods and theories used for our assessment. The report includes analyses of the geotechnical hazards affecting the site, which include static or load-induced settlements due to soft ground, soil bearing capacity for foundation design, and slope stability. I will summarise these results before focusing on the specific liquefaction risk and possible effects to the gas main. As I understand, these have been specifically requested for the hearing. I'm afraid there's an error in the next paragraph in my evidence. Our report was intended for a plan change, not resource consent, as I say there, but we did not include the analyses for the larger earthquake events that are specified under the RPS in our initial assessment. And we then added a small amount of comment to our report when we reissued it to assist with the RPS assessment. So although detailed plans of the proposed development were not available at the time of our analysis and site assessment, the structure plan to guide future development was available and was appended to our report. We understand that the project will consist of an industrial subdivision similar to existing developments in the area. We envisage that the likely buildings will comprise large portal frame warehouse structures with shallow pad foundations. We further understand that due to flooding risk, the northern and eastern portions of the site will be filled by between 0.5 metre and 1 metre to raised finished ground levels. And future buildings will therefore found on either natural in situ surface soils or on engineered fill. Below the surface soils, the geological materials consist of variable Holocene aged alluvial deposits, which are generally quite loose or soft sands and silts, or Pleistocene aged reworked deposits, which are medium dense or dense sands, and those are locally known as the Matua subgroup. Groundwater was measured at between 2.1 and 5.1 metres depth below current ground levels within the site. The proposed development area is bounded to the east by the Ohinianganga stream, which forms an approximately 5 metre deep incised gully and steep slope. And the western side area contains a gas main and easement, which runs approximately parallel to Washer Road. As a summary of our overall geotechnical analysis, the GIR assessed that the alluvial soils within the upper 10 metres of the soil profile may experience significant static settlements due to earthworks and building loads. To mitigate this risk, we recommended that the development area be surcharged with a temporary fill embankments. Surcharging works by over-consolidating the natural soils, thereby inducing settlement before the buildings are constructed and after the surcharge is removed. Provided the surcharges at the site are appropriately designed and monitored, there would be a low risk of excessive static settlements affecting future buildings or infrastructure within the development. The potential for slope instability along the eastern stream bank was assessed in the report. Calculations by CMW indicate factors of safety within 10 metres of this bank are less than are commonly accepted for commercial development, although the factors of safety do not indicate a high likelihood of slope failure. We recommend that future development is set back at least 10 metres from the crest of the stream bank, and at that distance there is a low risk that buildings and infrastructure would be affected by instability. The near surface natural soils which underlie the site are of relatively low strength. The GIR recommends that a reduced geotechnical bearing capacity is adopted for buildings located on these natural soils. This does not preclude the use of shallow foundations on the site, but may require these foundations to be larger than standard or to use a specifically designed raft type foundation system. Buildings supported on engineered fill and including areas where natural soils are excavated and replaced with engineered material will likely be suitable for standard shallow foundations, provided this is confirmed by a geotechnical engineer during the design. Specifically now to liquefaction risk, the analyses presented in our report indicate that there's a high likelihood of liquefaction within the Holocene aged alluvial deposits during a 1 in 500 year earthquake. Estimated vertical free field settlements due to this liquefaction are approximately 150 and 370 millimetres. With the vertical settlements described in the report, there's a significant risk that buildings in the area would be functionally compromised in a 1 in 500 year earthquake or greater. However, the RPS allows for a percentage of buildings to be compromised without triggering a medium or high risk rating. As noted in our GIR, the depth of expected liquefaction is between 4.7 and 9.7 meters below current ground levels. Reference to Ishihara is a standard reference that we use for liquefaction analyses. Suggests non-liquefiable crust of at least 4.5 meters is adequate to prevent liquefaction-induced ground damage for the design at 1 in 500-year earthquake. The potential for any surface manifestation of liquefaction, such as sand boils or ground cracking of the site in this event, is therefore assessed as being low. I note that the analyses presented in our report were in accordance with the MBIE guidelines, which were current at the time of our investigation. These guidelines were updated in late 2021, and based on an initial review of the calculations and referring to the current standards, I consider that the settlement values presented in the GIR may be conservative and may be overstating the risk of liquefaction-induced settlement as observed at the ground surface. This would need to be confirmed during detailed design. It is expected that large span portal frame buildings can be designed to accommodate the magnitude of predicted liquefaction-induced settlements without suffering structural collapse. The specific design will require further investigation, analysis, and appropriate design of the building foundations and structure at the detailed design stage. And subject to this design, I expect it would be possible to achieve a low risk rating for liquefaction and damage at this site as defined in the RPS. Our report also included computer modelling of the Ohineanganga stream channel under seismic loads to assess the effect of liquefaction on this slope. The calculations indicate that the factor of safety of the slope would be less than 1 under seismic loading if the deeper soils beneath the site liquefied. Some lateral ground displacement will therefore be expected in this area. However, the horizontal ground displacements in the design earthquake, that's the 1 in 500-year earthquake, are calculated to be less than 10 millimeters. And the risk of adverse effects to the site due to lateral spreading is therefore assessed as low. As previously mentioned, the report includes a recommendation that buildings and infrastructure are set back from the crest of the slope due to the static or non-earthquake stability risk. And this setback distance will further reduce the likelihood of damage due to liquefaction-induced slope movement. With regard to the effects to the gas main, the GIR assessed the potential for adverse settlement downdrag effects on the first gas main and easement due to surcharging. Settlements induced by the surcharge embankments generally affect ground for some meters beyond the toe of the embankment. As a preliminary guide and based on previous monitoring results over similar ground conditions, nominal buffer distance of 10 meters to 15 meters from existing service pipes to the toe of the fill embankment is considered sufficient to mitigate associated settlement risks to buried services. The specific setback distance for this site will be confirmed during the resource consent process and or detailed design of earthworks and buildings. I would expect this will include installation of monitoring points at intervals along the easement, which would be surveyed regularly while the surcharge is in place to ensure that the gas main is not affected. With appropriate analysis and monitoring, the risk of damage to the gas main as a result of the static settlement beneath the surcharge is considered to be low. Regarding road crossings or other infrastructure to be placed within the first gas easement, I understand that First Gas have indicated that car parks, roads or other buried services may be permissible, subject to detailed design and review. I consider that this is appropriate and would expect that this to be carried out as part of the detailed design of the development. If necessary, options to mitigate effects to the gas main would include installing steel sheet piles in key areas to isolate the pipeline from ground settlement or supporting structures near the pipe on deep piled foundations. This could include road crossings, which may be designed as ground level bridges spanning across the zone of influence of the pipe and supported on specifically designed piles if required. In conclusion, specific geotechnical inputs would be required during the detailed design to manage static settlements and to confirm soil bearing capacities and foundation dimensions for future buildings once earthquakes have been completed. Buildings and infrastructure should be set back 10 meters from the eastern stream bank to allow slope stability factors, or due to low slope stability factors of safety in this area. Assuming the above works are carried out and based on the analyses provided in our geotechnical report, and together with my understanding of the local ground conditions, the geotechnical conditions within the site are generally appropriate for the proposed development. I expect it will be possible to design the proposed development such that it achieves a low risk rating under the terms of the RPS due to liquefaction following the design earthquake or larger. I also consider it would be possible to either locate buildings and other loads sufficiently far from the gas main and or to engineer services or road crossings above the pipeline such that the pipe would be unlikely to be adversely affected by the proposed development. I sent Richard an email a couple of days ago just with some extra details around the settlement monitoring and the way that we would manage the geotech risk for the gas main. I'm not sure, was that shared?
It was shared to first guess, yeah.
Right, I have copies and it has a diagram if you want to have a look at that.
It could be helpful to leave those with us, please. Thank you. Yeah, so if we go to questions, well, perhaps first you made a number of references to a 1 in 500 year earthquake. How do you define a 1 in 500 year earthquake? Most of us are more used to hearing them in terms of the, I've lost the term, Richter scale ratings, yes.
Right. It depends really. The 1 in 500 year earthquake and other earthquakes are using a similar scale are regionally defined, and it comes down to the local faulting and your distance from faults and the size of those faults. So you may end up in a situation like with the Alpine fault where you have a very large earthquake, obviously, but if you're sufficiently far away from it, you end up with quite low ground accelerations. Whereas here in Tauranga, our major design earthquake, it's the 1 in 500 years, the ultimate limit state for most of the work that we do, is determined by the faulting offshore and down through the Whakatane graben. So they're smaller faults. They generate much lower magnitudes than the Alpine fault would, but here they are responsible for our more intense ground shaking.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Commissioner Withey. Councillor Daniel.
Oh, yeah, I have a couple, but firstly, following up on Councillor Scrimge's question, you can't give a magnitude for the earthquake?
About 5.9 under the current guidance for the Bay of Plenty.
Right. Thank you.
If I could jump in there, each earthquake was, I believe, 6.2.
Yes.
Just put it in.
We take these from, well, the updated guidelines that I mentioned there from MBIE. There's a national seismic faulting and shaking model put out by GNS that is being updated. And in the interim, MBIE have published a simplified ground shaking model, and we're taking values from that. So that indicates for the Bay of Plenty, we were designed for a 500 year earthquake that has a peak ground acceleration, if you're familiar with that term, of 0.3 and is a magnitude 5.9 event.
I see them in 0.26 G, I think I read somewhere, but
that's been changed. So the latest one is 0.3. It's been bumped up slightly.
okay.
We're expecting it to go back down when the national model is updated, but we're waiting to see how that plays out.
Okay, thank you. The next question I had was what land usages and potential building designs in a typical industrial zone might not achieve the low risk rating for seismic and liquefaction risks compared to the large portal frame warehouse structures that you're envisaging?
Buildings on piled foundations would probably struggle because they end up piling to ground, which is liquefied, or particularly high multi-story buildings. Other than that, most commercial buildings are pretty resilient for the sort of ground displacements that we're talking about.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Granger. Okay, I think it's probably appropriate we take a morning tea break now. So I'll take a 15-minute break and resume then. As I said, there's tea and coffee and biscuits, I believe, in the foyer. All right, well, I believe we're ready to reconvene. Mr. Coles, I understand some discussion has taken place and we're going to alter the order of experts at this point. Is that correct?
That's correct, yeah.
Yes. So
yes.
you happy to proceed with Mr. Moody now then?
Yes, absolutely, yep.
Cool, from your hands then.
Morning, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. How are you doing? If you're okay with it, could I just read my initial statement and then deal directly with those items that Council, the Regional Council raised regarding the stormwater? Otherwise, I'm happy to read through all of the evidence.
No, we've had the papers here and have read them all, so we're happy for you to just go to the deal with the formalities and then go to the issues.
Fantastic. Thank you. My name is Peter Donald Moody. I hold a Bachelor of Engineering with Honours in Natural Resources. I'm a Chartered Engineer and a member of the Institute of Professional Engineers New Zealand, which that's the incorrect wording now. I have 19 years of civil and environmental engineering experience in New Zealand and Australia, and a Director of Lysart Consultants Limited. My experience includes investigations, options, assessments, and the design and implementation of stormwater management systems, including flood assessments to determine flood level impacts. I've been the lead design engineer and certifier and construction supervisor of residential, retirement, infrastructure, and commercial projects locally and overseas. I believe the evidence I've prepared is within the extent of my normal professional practice. I confirm I've read the Environment Court's Code of Conduct for expert witnesses as contained in Section 7 of the Environment Court's Practice Note 2014, and I agree to comply with it. The data, information, facts, and assumptions that I've considered informing my opinions are set out in my evidence that follows. The reasons for the opinions expressed are also set out in the evidence that follows. I confirm that the matters addressed in this brief of evidence are within my area of expertise, and with the exception of where I confirm that I'm relying on the evidence of another person. I have not admitted to consider material facts known to me that might alter or detract from my opinions expressed in this brief of evidence. I've specified where my opinion is based on limited or partial information, and I've identified any assumptions I've made in forming my opinions. So if as far as I am aware, in terms of the area of expertise that my scope is covered, perhaps if I refer particularly to Mr. Townsend's evidence, and there would be items number 8 through to 24, and then item 34. Post the issuing of my evidence, we have had a discussion with Mr. Townsend late yesterday afternoon and discussed Regional Council's point of view in terms of the difference of opinion around the increased runoff that would occur due to the increased impervious area post-development. And whilst I have made some comments here on that, whilst I still stand by my evidence and my opinion that the total effect is negligible. Mr. Townsend did point out to me a number of issues that potentially where my position may not hold entirely true. So I'll start with what I've written here in terms of forming a slightly different opinion to what's presented in my evidence around that particular point. So I'll say further to my previous evidence, I've developed a more detailed hydraulic site model to determine the typical detention requirements to meet an 80% of pre-development flow rate, which Mr. Townsend sets out as Regional Council's requirement. The results indicate that a 9,000 cubic metre pond is required. I note that this is based on a 90% impervious site of 7 hectares. As Mr. Coles has discussed, it's likely that it will not be anywhere near that. There's going to be a reduction in the actual buildable area. There's setbacks to the stream, landscape buffers, potentially the gas easement may not be covered with impervious material. So it's likely that 9,000 cubes will reduce. I note that this, when I ran these calculations, it would only delay the main peak storm discharge by 40 minutes by including a 9,000 cubic meter pond. However, the post-development flow rate will have increased by 2 times. And Mr. Townsend had pointed out to me, and in his evidence, that the lower stream channel is already over allocated. And I assume this is because of upstream development that has not had to provide any of its own detention through urbanisation. And that increasing this flow will only exacerbate any existing scour or overbank flooding downstream. Our original design tried to cover this situation by providing extended detention, but that would only work in small storm events. And so in hindsight, having reviewed that post-development 100-year flow and what is currently considered best practice, even though the overall flooding effect, I don't believe, will be more than negligible or more than minor. There could be some events, some storm events, particularly where our site is discharging earlier than the upstream catchment, where there could be some increased flooding and scour on that downstream channel. And so I have recommended to the client that we do adopt the practice of the 80% of pre-development standard, or that we'd need to undertake a much more detailed analysis of the site to work out whether there was any impact. I note from Council's guidelines, which I believe draw from Auckland Regional Council's TP10, TP108, that in the absence of detailed modelling, an 80% of pre-development storm should be, 100-year storm should be adopted as the discharge trigger, or the reduction in discharge requirement. And as you've heard from Mr. Coles before, we believe that there is space on the site, and we also believe that there's opportunity within swales within the property, conveyance swales, to locate some of that detention storage. So the 9,000 cubes, which I anticipate will be less, would probably take up an area of 5,000 square meters of surface area. And some of that could be further reduced by including it into swales within the property. I also note that there is an area of flood-free, in the 1% event, flood-free zone to the northwest of the site, which is not inside the 7 hectares of industrial land. And it may well be that that would be an ideal location for a pond. And with that, the reason for that, bearing in mind that obviously it's less than ideal to use up valuable rezoned industrial land for a pond if you don't have to. And if we can move that pond into a flood-free zone immediately to the north of the site, or as much as possible of that pond, that would make more sense and make better use of the land.
Could I just confirm that that is also still low within the applicant's land holdings?
I believe so. So in that regard, we're effectively agreeing with Regional Council's evidence and request for 80% of pre-development pond for the 1% storm event. My understanding, reading through the remainder of both Sue Ira's and Mark Townsend's evidence, that they have agreed with no requirement for further displacement volume offset, and they have agreed with the treatment train approach for stormwater quality. And the final item that Mr. Townsend discusses is, in terms of my scope, is item 34, noting that there was a swale shown on our original structure plan, which we took off. The reason we took that off was predominantly because we didn't want to lock in that location when we didn't have a roading layout and a building layout plan. But we anticipate still wherever possible to utilise a swale for directing water to the stormwater treatment system. But I believe that could be dealt with at a more detailed design stage. I'm not sure that the swale itself forms the fundamental part of the treatment train that we've proposed, that being the filters and the wetland, the extended detention, and now the 1% event, 80% of pre-development pond. Are there any questions?
Okay. Councillor Dina.
Okay, so my first question, and this may be more for Anna or Philip, but I'll ask you now. So your proposal that or suggestion that you could move the stormwater pond to north of the plan change area. Is that a permitted activity in the rural zone?
The stormwater pond wouldn't be a permitted activity. It would require most likely a discretionary, maybe non-compliant consent. So we would have to tweak the structure plan and plan change area to adopt that.
Thank you. And my other question was, considering the worst case scenario of a 100-year flood, RCP 8.5 in 2130, what is the risk of flooding affecting or overtopping the single lane bridge at the south of the plan change area?
I couldn't answer that question other than we did look at the flood modelling for that event, which didn't indicate a large overflow spill across that bridge.
Okay,
But I can't. I haven't done the modelling, so I can't look at any further detail.
okay, thank you.
Finished it? Yeah, perhaps before I go to Councillor Granger, could I ask about flooding? Because when I look at your table you have in your evidence there, you talk about, for example, an increased flood depth of 0.24 of a millimetre across the 43 square kilometres of land to the north there. I'm sure you appreciate that in most floods, not the whole of the 43 square kilometres goes underwater. Would you care to comment on that matter?
So that area was based on the extent of flooding that was originally provided to us via Western Bay.
Okay.
So that's not just a land area, but that was an extent of flood area. So I can provide that,
Okay.
that diagram.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification. So Councillor Granger.
Yes, one thing I tried to work out last night and failed. On the published Western Bay flood maps, where they've got their little blue hatched area, can you tell me what the height of the edge of that area is, the RL?
On the blue area?
Where they show the extent of flooding on the maps.
The maps that we are working with have a yellow and green overlay.
Oh.
The regional council mapping.
No, Western Bay Council. GIS maps.
The Western Bay on the GIS system. Yeah. I don't believe that it has got. It's purely an extent. I don't believe it's got an RL.
Thank you. Have a level somewhere. Water has a level.
Yeah, defines a level.
I suspect it'll be in some detailed modelling behind the scenes somewhere. I mean, it could be found out if you want to know. And perhaps Mr. Coles might be able to comment, because I suspect that also will be related to the building height level, because that's usually based on what the RL, the flooding level, is going to be. Would that be correct?
Yeah, the regional council flood modelling supersedes it, I think. And that's been done with DHI from Auckland, and then reworked further. So that's identified the less of the site is subject to flooding during the 1% climate adjusted event.
And councillors, we actually have that information on our GIS because we work with the regional council for that rural flood modelling work.
The context of the question was in relation to a comment that.
Yes, it's around about 7.3 meters RL.
It was the context of the question was in relation to a comment that was made that if the single lane bridge was to be replaced, it would have to be lifted. And I just was trying to work out why. That's all.
Thank you. Well, it seems that's exhausted the questions. Oh, sorry, I didn't go to the plan. Yes.
Just you mentioned that there's a need for 5,000 square meters of a pond or area to hold that. I notice on the structure plan, you only show a 1,400 square meter wetland. So where on the structure plan would we actually show this ponding area so there's some security about it being placed? Normally we do show these on structure plans.
Yeah, sorry, with a 80% pre-development flow attenuation pond volume is much, much larger.
Yep.
So it starts gobbling up the industrial land area. So what Peter was recommending, that it would be proposed to be located just north of the plan change zoning area, which would be next to or to the east of the gas easement, which would be above the 1% AEP event. And that would be sized, that would have to be sized specifically, taking into account all the other swales which have storage as well. So it would, the exact sizes is subject to detailed design, but it'd just be a concept location.
Okay, so then I suppose what we'd be seeking then is some wording that would go in the structure plan to say that's what's going to happen. Because otherwise development could occur through those various stages of the structure plan, but as a council would have no idea where the storm is going to go. So if you don't want to draw a picture, that's fine, but certainly needs to be a clear statement.
I'm having a new plan drawn at the moment.
Yep.
So we've done a concept of that, and it takes about 30 to 40% extra land area than what we've shown. The 1,400 square meters was the wetland, but around that was shown a extended detention volume. So that anticipated that was pond as well. That would fill up in an event, and then we'd expect another 30 to 40% larger than that.
Right. So you'll be having the wetland as shown in the structure plan as it is drawn, plus you're going to have the other 5,000 square meters across the boundary.
I think we would always try and build the two together, so that the wetland is where your frequent flows. We normally talk about something around a 3-month storm treatment flow would be passing through that, but large events would surcharge that. But we generally, to reduce the footprint, we're trying to incorporate both of those together somehow. So we'd anticipate that if we were able to move the pond to the north, we'd try and move the wetland to the north too.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, thanks, Mr. Moody. Appreciate that. Oh, sorry, we've still got another one.
Just clarifying something you said there, that did I hear you right, that you'd anticipate the pond in the paddock to be 30% bigger than.
In footprint.
But on the plan here, we've got 2,287 square meters. Or
No,
that cubic meters?
That's cube.
Oh,
cubic
cubes,
meters,
sorry. Okay. Very small. Thank you.
Right, Mr. Carlisle, over to you.
Sir, if you, in the interest of time again, if you like, I have an executive summary already included in the second page. I could focus on the executive summary and then Ms. Price's earlier questions.
That would be great. Thank you.
So Plan Change 94 proposes to rezone land on the east side of Washer Road to Bookie from rural to industrial, enabling 6.1 hectares of developable area. I've made several recommendations that relate to transportation provisions to support the plan change, and these will need to be incorporated into appropriate rules, including specific design of the access to accommodate the design vehicle, construction of a shared path bridge on Station Road to provide linkage between Washer Road and Station Road facilities, the extension of the shared path on Washer Road to the proposed site access, reversal of the priority traffic flow on the single lane bridge, and the intersection upgrade at the intersection of Cameron Road and Jellicoe Street. I note that the identified existing network deficiencies should ideally be addressed regardless of the proposed plan change for the benefit of the wider community, as well as the potential future activity within the plan change area. The proposed rezoning area will be subject to the district plan rules for transportation, including loading and manoeuvring, and no additional rules are considered necessary in this respect. In summary, on the basis of my assessment, together with the appropriate zone management controls to address the recommended transport infrastructure, it's concluded that the proposal to change the zone of land from rural to resident industrial is able to be managed in an appropriate way to ensure any effects on the adjacent road network are acceptable. And then perhaps turning, I guess, to Ms. Price's question around the threshold or the need for any threshold for the upgrade of the Cameron Road and Jellicoe Street intersection. At paragraph 57, I'll just maybe read out my recommendation there first. I have said there that while I support the staged approach in principle, this is being the staged approach to the development, I recommend that a control is included in the district plan to define the level of development that may proceed prior to the implementation of the intersection improvements, and additionally implement activity management controls which enables the plan change to proceed in advance of any future improvements by council. Such management controls could be set and included as a travel plan that is required as part of the zone rule, which would require management of all vehicle movements. And a proposed rule has now been developed and included in Mr. Coles's updated structure plan and structure plan rules, which I think everyone has got now, haven't they? So at paragraph D of 12.4.14.2 under the Washer Road Business Park Structure Plan, there's a condition there that effectively requires that either the intersection should be upgraded or for any activity to progress in prior to the intersection upgrade, then it should be subject to a travel management plan, which would control, manage traffic movements particularly in the peak hour flow conditions. And to give some certainty about the intersection upgrade, the final sentence there requires that the intersection shall be upgraded no later than 5 years following the commencement of the first industrial activity. So I believe that should go most of the way to addressing Ms. Price's concerns about what that threshold should look like and getting that intersection upgraded. Thank you. I think that's really the main point, and so happy to take questions.
Okay, thank you. You want to go? Yep. Thank you.
Yeah, so first question, just on the clarification of that last point D that you mentioned, no later than 5 years following the commencement of the first industrial activity. Do you mean construction of industrial buildings and so on, or do you mean 5 years from when commercial activity takes place, should we say?
Well, from a traffic perspective, is really from the commencement of the activity. So after construction, I think we can have some construction traffic, but before operation of that activity.
Okay, thank you. My next question, I had some concerns about the single lane bridge and the appropriateness of that. So there's currently, I think, 290, the peak vehicles per hour is 290, and envisaged extra is 134 vehicles per hour, which gives 424 vehicles per hour. Well, I note it does say 422 somewhere else, but can you tell me what is the maximum vehicles per hour recommended by Waka Katahi for single lane bridges?
There's no absolute number there. It's you know, as everything in life, it's a sliding scale. But you know, I guess you could compare it with other roads with single lane bridges, where you would be experiencing traffic volumes far greater than we're getting on Station Road at the moment. I would suggest we've got single lane bridges on roads, for instance, the State High 36. No, I may get it wrong if I start trying to recall the exact volumes on there. But certainly in excess, I guess the best thing I can say is in excess of the flows we have on Station Road, we have single lane bridges that operate perfectly well. And I guess building on from that, the issue at the single lane bridge on Washer Road is that 290 vehicles an hour was a one-off sample at the end of a shift at the East Pack Packhouse. So it's a seasonal operation. It's at the end of a shift, so it's actually literally over 15 minutes that you get this peak, and it's all coming out in one direction too. So therefore, there's very little opposing flow. I guess in summary, we've actually modelled it, and we're happy that the single lane bridge has capacity.
Yeah, I'm conscious that single lane bridges are, and no, bridges generally can be quite controversial, and I think we're all aware of the single lane bridges up in Northland that were promised to be changed, but I'll leave that for a different discussion. Okay, the next question I have was with the roundabout or signals on Jellicoe and Cameron Road. Now, I understand that the initial discussions were for roundabouts, and now they might move to signalisation. And I'm of the general opinion that roundabouts are more efficient or preferable to signalisation. And I know this is part of a wider discussion with Te Puke, which I think Callum might be able to help us with. But can you perhaps explain why signalisation is looking more likely at this point?
Well, one of the key points is that consistency along the corridor. I understand that council are looking at signalising a number of the other intersections on Jellicoe Street. So having a consistent approach to intersection form is very useful. In terms of your comment about roundabouts being more efficient, I would agree. In general terms, roundabouts are more efficient. Having said that, this site is very constrained. So our constrained by two bridges, one across the stream to the north, and of course the bridge on Cameron Road across the railway line. There is fairly limited space in terms of whichever intersection form we go for there, whether it be a roundabout or signals.
Do you remain open to all possibilities at this point?
Oh, we are open. In fact, we've again structured the rules so that an alternative design can be presented if necessary, or depending on future. Well, I guess depending on the investigations and design. Certainly, we remain open to the intersection form. There are pros and cons with the roundabout signals. You know, roundabout has the efficiency. Signals are going to provide a better pedestrian level of service. Both have safety issues, which can be addressed with safety platforms. Whichever option is adopted, there will be queuing on Jellicoe Street, and that's going to be the same for the whole corridor. If you start signalising that corridor, there is going to be queues back from those signalised intersections.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, is it preferable to get Mr. McLean in now, or are you going to say?
I think we'll flush out the other questions first.
Okay.
And then we'll come back.
Sure. I had one more, Mr. Carlisle, and that was there is the footpath extension from the Washer Road area across the bridge, however that happens. Then there's existing footpath on the north side of Station Road. However, at that point, you end up with a very awkward crossing to the east side of Cameron Road, where I have observed that essentially people just walk down the middle of the road through the middle of the junction, which strikes me as rather unsafe. And I'm just wondering if you have considered that aspect and what safety improvements could be made there.
I haven't observed personally anyone on the road. I have observed people using the very narrow berm, I'll call it, berm/footpath on the eastern side of the bridge. It is less than a metre wide, but it is used by pedestrians and cyclists now. So we haven't envisaged any upgrading there, nor would it be a simple, nor would a simple structure do. It would require a new, either a widened structure or a new bridge altogether. But there is a facility there, and it will cater, I believe, cater for the number of pedestrians we're expecting. Yeah.
The footpath on the east side is small but adequate, I would suggest, but it's how you get there that I have concerns about. But I might save this for Mr. McLean later.
Yeah, I didn't have any concerns with the exist. There are curb crossings on each side of the corner at the what is that? The eastern end of the bridge. Yeah. If necessary, then there could be some raised platforms again looked at there. But I didn't have any concern with the current layout.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Granger. Yeah. Commissioner Withy. Okay, so we just pause it there and we'll go to Mr. McLean, please, and ask for some explanation from him of how he sees it.
When we looked at the roundabout, I guess one of our concerns was the proportion of vehicles that would be turning right versus the proportion of through traffic. So at that location, the traffic on Jellicoe Street is approximately 19,000 vehicles per day. And my recollection is that the traffic that would be using Cameron Road was closer to about 2,000 vehicles per day. So what you would have is vehicles turning right, vehicles traveling west and turning right into Cameron Road would have priority over through traffic. So what that would do is force through traffic to stop and let those vehicles through. And I guess when we looked at it, we felt that would introduce an unnecessary delay compared to using traffic signals, which would allow us to manage that better. We do have a project on at the moment to collect data on traffic using Jellicoe Street and Tapuki Highway and model each intersection to see what improvements are required. So until that project is concluded and we've got the results, then we really can't make a firm recommendation in terms of traffic signals or roundabouts. So I guess we would say roundabout is still an option. But at the moment, based on the data we have, we probably prefer traffic signals.
So when you talk about traffic turning right into Cameron Road, you're talking that the eastbound traffic going right there.
And it'll be westbound traffic. So it'll be traffic traveling from.
I say the westbound turning into the Cameron Road extension across the railway line.
Sorry, eastbound traffic would be turning right into Cameron Road south, and westbound traffic.
Sorry,
right into Cameron Road
I was
north.
forgetting about the extension of Cameron Road. Sorry, it's a bit confusing there. Yeah. Okay. So thank you for that. So are there? Do you wish to comment on that at all, Mr. Carlisle?
I guess as we covered before, we're open to either option and both are feasible solutions from the applicant's point of view.
Yeah.
So, Mr. McLean, so similar questions that I was asked to Mr. Carlisle. So would you be open, would council be open to signalised roundabout as a third option?
Yes, that's been discussed. But again, it really depends on what the results of our traffic modelling tell us. And we're currently collecting data to input into that model to refine it, and we'll probably get the results back in 2 to 3 months.
And do you have any concerns about the pedestrian access to and from Cameron Road to the north side of Station Road?
Well, yeah, we do, but I mean, there's no room to actually put in a pedestrian footpath there. So the logical way of addressing that is to implement improvements to ensure that pedestrians can't use the bridge, the railway bridge, and are discouraged from doing so.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Granger, you didn't wish to ask any? Yes, you do.
I just wondered if there were any council plans to supplement the bridge there, as has been done in the Mokoroa with pedestrian access bridge alongside.
What was that, sorry?
I said I wondered if there were any council plans to supplement the bridge over the railway line, as has done in the Mokoroa with a pedestrian bridge alongside.
I'm not aware of any plans at the moment, but it would be a logical solution, yeah.
Thank you.
Well, if we go to our planners.
Perhaps, Mr. Chairman, if Mr. McLean could just clarify the issue was raised earlier on that traffic management plan, and he's got a query around that, whether it should be done at construction time or later. So perhaps Mr. McLean. Yes.
What we know from previous developments is that construction traffic can have a significant impact on the network. So I think any travel management plan would have to look at construction traffic and propose mitigation to address the effects that construction traffic will have on the network.
So by construction, you'd mean initial earthworks, civil works that starting at that period.
Yep, be all construction traffic starting from you know the first ton of the soil.
Preloading.
Yeah, everything. Yep.
So, Sir, if I could just comment on that, I agree that a construction traffic management plan would be appropriate, and the travel plan could be either extended for that period or a separate construction traffic management plan considered. My comment earlier about when the definition of operation of the activity took place was in relation to the last sentence about the 5-year threshold for the intersection upgrade, as opposed to any construction, any travel management plan, which is required prior to that date anyway. Yeah.
Okay. Happy there? No more? Okay. All right, well, thank you, Mr. Carlisle. Thank you for your evidence there. So, Mr. Coles, do you wish to summarise it all?
Yeah, I guess that sort of summarises evidence. The only aspect which I think needs to be minuted in terms of presentations is that the alternate location for the stormwater pond can be tabled before the close of the hearing.
Yes,
and I'm
sure
having
our staff have taken note of that suggestion.
Yeah. Apart from that, I think most matters are covered. I think the site's a suitable site for industrial use. I think all the effects can be managed through the structure plan process and consenting processes. I'll respond in my reply following comments from the regional council. Yep.
Thank you. Right,
Sorry,
thank you for
just to add to that, sorry, I've just received from Mr. Cole's staff an updated plan that shows the location of the 5,000 Schooner Meta Pond. So I can circulate that to you now as well for review.
Thank you.
So, no, it's just come on the email now. Yep.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Well, if we can go to probably Mazzara if he's not available, but does he need to give an introduction? Beg your pardon?
I believe she's on Zoom.
Make a comment to Richard before we go on.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's.
Just,
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, just while you're sorting that out, Commissioner Withy would like to make a comment, Mr. Coles.
Yesterday, we had in a similar situation with Plan Change 93, an offer from Ms. Barry Pacino to provide at the end of the hearing an updated copy of the plan change with all the things that have been mentioned. There've been a lot of amendments that have been mentioned, and including also, if you would be so kind, the matters raised by the submitters, whether you agree with them or not, so we can see on that track change version just exactly where you as the applicant are at and what parts of the regional council submissions you accept and which you don't. Is that okay with you?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, no problem.
All right. Okay, all right, we'll just wait a moment. You do. Oh. Sorry.
Yes. Hasn't arrived, isn't on Zoom. So, yeah, we were originally.
Yeah, that's
So
fine.
that's her, but-
Yeah, fine.
Sorry.
No, that's fine.
We're probably a little bit ahead if she tries.
Don't say that. All right, morning, Mr. Tapari.
Morning.
Welcome.
Thank you.
We're ready to proceed with submitters evidence. So you're first up, Regional Council. So
Thank you. Yeah, look, it's actually 2 hours earlier than we anticipated, and I'm not sure whether our ecologist is available at this time. Is there a possibility of us taking an early lunch and then being able to regroup after that?
take some advice.
We originally understood we were on at 1:30, so. And I've also just looking through the changes, listened to the evidence, but also just reading through the most recent set of conditions offered by Mr. Coles this morning as well. So I have an opportunity to respond to those too, if that's useful to the panel. Okay.
So you could start with those now, you're saying?
Well, I'd
No.
probably like to do it in just one bundle. So if we took an early lunch, then we could just do it in one hit, with the exception of Mark Townsend, who's happy.
I'll just check that she's. No.
Yeah. We're just coming onto that. Yeah.
Okay. Well,
but Mr. Townsend is available now to answer the question. I think that can be squared away in relation to Mr. Moody, because it's only about the 80% issue, as far as I understand. But I think from my reading of the situation, maybe it's the same for you guys, that it's actually comes down to the appropriateness of the conditions.
So we'll certainly take you
Oh,
up
the
then,
planning provision, sorry.
on Mr. Townsend's offer. What's the situation regarding Mr. Ivermy? Is he not available now till later, or?
You available?
Yeah.
Okay, oh, we can start with those guys, yeah.
Yeah, if we could deal with those two, that would be helpful.
Sure, I can just do a quick summary as an intro, and then we can jump
yes,
onto
if
those
you could.
guys, and then, yeah.
That,
okay,
that
that's
would
a
be
good way.
excellent if you could
Thank
do
you.
that, please.
Yeah. For Mark, okay. Okay, yeah, cool. So I'll just do a quick intro, Mark. Yeah. So thanks again for an opportunity to appear in front of the panel today. Look, I think we've covered a lot of the issues in principle around the wider stuff around structure planning yesterday, so I won't repeat them unless that was useful for the panel in any particular way. But I guess just touching on the key things from my executive summary, just to frame our approach. We don't have opposition to the plan change. We support it. It supports the MPSUD. It's a very good thing to do. It's a contiguous expansion to an industrial area, and it's supported by general infrastructure generally. So, and I think that's set out in our submission, hopefully pretty clearly. The issues comes down to one of stormwater. And I guess just at the starting point, we just wanted to make sort of a bit of a distinction as to what the regional council would do and what the district council would do. And I guess just from our point of view, two plans and two functions under the RMA, they regulate different things. So land use effects on stormwater and on water quality is an issue that's dealt with under their plan. And then the effects of that on water quality is something that's dealt with us. So we start with water and they start with land use. And so the joining of those two, there's some directions provided in our regional policy statement, which is the overarching umbrella that all plan changes must give effect to, or in other words, or give effect to or must implement is the common word used. So the direction in the regional policy statement is very strong. And so I think that's an important frame for our submission, and the reason why we probably have perhaps sometimes a wider view on what a resource management issue is, and see to what extent would a given proposal align with that wider vision. So you'll hear from Mark Townsend around the relevance of flood protection assets and a scheme, and also why stormwater is an issue in the Te Puke area. We will focus, I guess, one of the key things about our comprehensive stormwater management plan is that its ability to control cumulative increases in stormwater runoff, which resource consents don't really do nearly as well. They can be used, but discharge consents and those types of related consent processes are really better for an activity, not a land use change. It's quite different. So I guess that's an important consideration for the start of it. And that's why we've framed the stormwater management plan in that particular way. So yeah, I think we'll just leave it there for now and lead into what Mark Townsend's going to share with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nathan. And yeah, good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I'll just introduce myself as you've obviously read the evidence, and then I'll just go straight into a couple of points, if I may. So yeah, my name's Mark Townsend. I'm the engineering manager at the Bay of Plenty Regional Council. And as it says there, I've had 30 years experience covering a wide range of engineering. First of all, just to acknowledge Mr. Moody's presentation. Obviously very pleased that they agree that the 80% of pre-development is an appropriate standard. I'll just explain a couple of little details as to why that is. So if I can refer you to the presentation here, and hopefully I can find there must be a dot somewhere. If not, well, let's look at the red area, which is of course the plan change area. And in the that one there, thank you. And the northeastern corner is where it's proposed the discharges to occur from the site, from the stormwater pond, and of course now from the detention pond as well. The yellow lines there are our infrastructure, so they depict stop banks along the Anga, and then in the top corner is the Rapahui as well. So those are designed for a 1% annual exceedance probability. So 1% chance that we're going to get a design storm within 1 year, old terminology, a 1 in 100 year event. So as I've sort of stated before in my evidence, is that those stop banks are already at capacity now. And so any increase in peak flow could cause those to overtop. How do I advance? Yeah, which button did you push? Oh, I pushed it as well, sorry. So what this is a excerpt from some flood modelling that was done by DHI in conjunction with Western Bay of Plenty District Council. So it was a joint project looking at the effects of flooding and increased development in Te Puke itself. What it shows there, so this is just downstream of the subject site, and what it's highlighting is we've got areas already of low stop bank, which in a 1% AP event is going to overflow. So what I'm demonstrating is, yes, we are already at capacity, so we cannot have any increased flow, otherwise we're going to have issues. I guess ironically, it actually shows that low section of stop bank is adjacent to a house which is actually on the applicant's property. So that's why we need that detention basically in that location, because otherwise we're going to have that level of service of those stop banks overtopped, which is going to have adverse effects. What I'm going to do is I'll move now on to the loss of floodplain storage, and I acknowledge that I conceded that it's so small in terms of the displacement for available flood storage on this site, but it's just not worth arguing about. It's just so small. But I have qualified that in my evidence, and I'm going to carry on a little bit further about that, and that we do have quite an issue in this catchment and in other catchments of uncontrolled development upstream. And as Mr. Pari has said, if we rely on the resource consent process, we have a small development, which makes that much difference, less than minor, thank you, Nathan. Then we get to the next development, less than minor, less than minor, less than minor, but results, and obviously something which is more than minor. And the joint modelling that we've undertaken with Western Bay of Plenty District Council demonstrates that. And so in some cases, you might turn around and say, well, it's only going to increase, all of that modelling that you showed is only going to increase by 20 millimetres the depth, but if it's spread over I think the number was 43 square kilometres, that's a hell of a lot of volume. And that volume then has to be removed, traditionally by pumping, obviously costs, sits there for longer, causes grass to die, affects the farmers and so forth. So this is a problem that's not unique to Te Puke, it's not unique to the Bay of Plenty, it's not unique to New Zealand. It's a global problem that we need to control, and we can't do it with the way the RMA is structured at present, which is why we'd rather do it at a structure plan stage where we can show that there is quite an effect over development of multiple sites. I'm done, thank you.
Great, thank you, Mr. Townsend. Do we have any questions? Yes, Councillor Daniel.
You referred to the stop banks being at capacity right now, and I'm just wondering how you can say that when that capacity is what they can manage in 2130 at RCP 8.5.
Yeah, it's the stop banks aren't designed to 2130. They're designed for as defined by an asset management plan, which is basically 10 to 15 years in the future from when we did the last upgrade. If you think about in terms of money invested, if we were to design a stop bank, to 2130, cost a hell of a lot of money, cause a whole lot of disruptions. We've got all of that capital tied up. What we do is where we've got adaptation available, then we do for that 10 to 15 years of climate change, etc. Then we go and do another assessment and maybe do something more on top of that. Or the modern way of thinking is we can't continue to go up and up and up with our assets. We need to be looking at something else. Detention was a good idea, of course. Can we do more detention? Can we make the canals wider, for instance? All sorts of different options. And we don't want to be locked in for the next 100 years of having all this asset sitting there, which we may not need for theoretically 90 years.
So why does that incremental approach apply to regional council, but not just the applicants who are not being allowed to, or suggested they're not being allowed to build stormwater capacity incrementally?
Yeah. So let me just gather my thoughts here. In terms of the development of the site, so if we follow the national standards and guidelines, we look at what is the life of that site. And traditionally for subdivisions and developments and so forth, it's that 100-year time frame. So if we don't establish early on what the area is required to put that asset in place, or that detention dam in place, how do we control in the future whether there's going to be enough room?
Okay, thank you. My next question is a repeat of what I asked Mr. Carlisle, which is the bridge. And do you envisage any, in the worst case scenarios, that bridge being overtopped or compromised?
So this is the Washer Road Bridge?
Yes, the single lane bridge.
Yeah, so our modelling shows at present that it does have capacity to pass that 1% flood. However, I'll qualify that, and that we're also doing climate change modelling in conjunction with Western Bay of Plenty District Council now. So that may show that may get overtopped in the future. We'll just have to wait for those results to come through.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Granger.
Yes, thank you. In your paragraph 22, you say specific details should not be included in the structure plan in light of the above, and I do not support an annotation being included that would identify the volume of detention which needs to be established at this stage. But that seems not to be what we heard this morning, that we're being asked to define 9,000 cubic meters of storage.
So yes, so obviously that's new information that's come in since I prepared this evidence. We also need to obviously go through that detail. So I obviously respect that Mr. Moody's worked it out, but we need to check it as well. So we'll just have to confirm all those details before we could change that particular comment.
But do you support them or don't you support it?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
I said, do you support specific details being put into a structured plan or not? That's the question.
Mr. Tapari advises me that we'd like to stay with that particular comment. Perhaps Mr. Tapari can provide more detail on that answer.
Mr. Chairman, I was wondering if I could remind the experts that they're giving their own opinion, please. Thank you.
You're here as an expert, sir, and that's what you've said.
Yeah. Sorry, I've just reread it. So I'm happy with how it stands, because We can't put a number in now because it hasn't been confirmed. So the new numbers, as I've said, have been just introduced today. We haven't had chance to look over any calculations. We haven't received any calculations. So until we can do that, we're not in support of it being placed on the structure plan.
Justified. Okay, planners. Yes, Mr. Martelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just want to follow on from Councillor Granger's comment, and you talked about, was it triggers or opportunities in the sense of at what point would you look at, say, upgrading the stop banks as opposed to one-off ad hoc? What is the planning ahead? I mean,
so we undertake a capacity review, which in quick terminology is how much water can flow down a particular watercourse, and we undertake that on generally a 10 to 15 year time frames. And once we undertake that, it'll determine whether we need to upgrade that infrastructure or not. So we're in the process of doing that right now. This is the first step, which tells us how much capacity we've got right now. The climate change effects have been worked out at present. What it's likely to show is that some of that infrastructure will need to be upgraded. So if we go back to the previous one, so those yellow areas, some of those yellow areas may need to be raised in the future, including on the subject site, moving further down that particular picture, so towards Te Puke, we may need to extend the stop banks further down to cater for those climate change effects.
so the timing of that study and the outcomes, I'm just sort of looking at that in relation to this private plan change in terms of where that might fit in, that could become an option that, you know, you're talking about having an answer in 6 months, 12 months.
Yeah, probably about 6 months.
And so as a result of that study, if you were looking at, you know, because of this and other things, you're looking at upgrading the stop banks, would that then be able to affect how the applicant may then want to modify the amount of storage they need because now you've got better stop banks? Do you see, is there a relationship there or not?
Yeah, no. The reason our preference is that any increase in flow is handled at the site itself. So it becomes the people who are developing the land's cost, if you like, to put on that detention. We don't want costs to be passed on to other people who aren't benefit of that site. We also have the issue that, as I sort of outlined previously, is that we cannot continue to go up and up and up. We need to have other alternative solutions, and one of those alternative solutions is that on-site detention.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Townsend then. That concludes that. And if we could have Mr. Iverman come now and present before lunch, that would be great.
Tēnā koutou katoa. My name is Mark Iverman. I work as a senior natural hazards planner for the Regional Council. I'm happy to just give a summary of 4 key points. I can respond to some of Mr. Cole's rebuttal evidence in the proposed rule, and happy to take questions.
Cool.
Firstly, I'd like to thank Mr. Coles for supplying a natural hazard risk assessment, and I consider that it is in general accordance with the Bay of Plenty Regional Council's regional policy statement requirements. I also agree with Mr. Telfer's evidence that the plan change area can achieve a low level of risk for geotechnical hazards based on detailed design at the site specific scale. I also agree with Mr. Coles and Mr. Moody's evidence that the plan change area can achieve a low level of risk for flooding hazard based on buildings and structures requiring a finished floor level above the 1% annual exceedance probability flood level, plus a climate change allowance to 2130 for the RCP 8.5 median projection, plus the appropriate freeboard of 300 millimetres. However, in my opinion, there is no certainty the district plan will achieve this low risk threshold for the following reasons. The district plan has not yet been updated to give effect to the RPS natural hazard provisions. And the district plan has no reference to both the 1% AEP event plus the 2130 climate change projection as a combination. So therefore, I support in part the additional rule proposed by Mr. Coles in his rebuttal evidence under paragraph 26, listed as 12.4.14.2c. I do have a matter of clarification, if I could ask that through you, Mr. Chair.
Certainly.
Mr. Coles, in relation to that new rule C, can I please ask what type of buildings or structures are likely to be functionally required in a floodplain?
Culverts, stormwater culverts and the like, that need a building consent. Culverts, and like, need to be within the floodplain.
Okay, so structures more so than buildings.
Yep.
Okay. So I can support that new rule with one suggested minor amendment. And that would be to include the term median after the term RCP 8.5, just to add clarity around that climate change projection. Can you repeat that? I suggest adding the word median after the term RCP 8.5. That would be important to add certainty to that climate change projection, as opposed to someone requiring an upper bound projection. Happy to take questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Ivan. So, Commissioner Lee, no? Councillor Denia?
Yes. Just a quick one of clarification. What you just said, the RCP 8.5 median, I'm not a climate scientist, so perhaps you can explain exactly what that means and perhaps why I haven't seen it throughout all the evidence that I've seen over lots of people over the last day or two.
So firstly, to answer that question, climate change is uncertain, so we are making predictions or projections. There is a range to those projections under each scenario. So best practice is to take the median projection for that scenario. And I apologise for omitting that from my evidence. It should have been there.
Would it be fair to say that when most people say RCP 8.5, they're assuming the median anyway, and you're just wanting the clarification?
Correct.
Good. Thank you.
Councillor Granger.
Yes, thank you. You've heard the evidence about the buildings platforms going to be at least 300, probably 400 above the flood level. So I'm intrigued as to why the need for the rules about functionally compromised buildings in your suggestion, para 28. If they're well above the flood level, why do we need this rule?
I'm prepared to accept the rule proposed by Mr. Coles, which is, you could say, a high threshold and meets the requirement for a low risk to be achieved. I believe there needs to be a rule to cover that threshold, as it's not currently a requirement of the district plan.
But why do we need a rule for something that won't happen?
Well, it only won't happen if you require it within a set of rules. It's my understanding.
Right, you finished? All right, if I go to the planners then? No, well, thank you very much, Mr. Ivemy. That's
Thank
great. Okay, so we're now at 12:10. I think we'll take up your suggestion of breaking for lunch now, unless you've got more you wanted to add at this point. No, yep, that's what I thought. So Nicola Hine from First Gas is scheduled to be available at 1 o'clock. So I think we'll take a slightly extended lunch break and come back at 5 to 1 and take her before we proceed with further regional council evidence. Is that all right? Cool. So we're adjourned. Thank you. We're ready to resume. So I believe, sorry, sure. Oh, so we were ready to go to Miss Hine. Is that, sorry, have you got enough time to collect your thoughts? We had you scheduled for 1 o'clock. Is that all right? Yeah. Not that I'm aware of. There was a short, there's a, yes, it's the second item in on mine up here. Oh, okay.
But just direct it towards it. And then there's a laser if you need to use it.
Oh,
Well,
great.
we're just discussing that here and now. There is a presentation. On this thing. Yeah. Oh.
Yes, sorry, so we've got some.
Yeah.
No.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Hine. I apologise. We had anticipated you were sitting waiting behind a screen there somewhere. So it's great to see you in person. Thank you for coming. So we'll pass over to you to make your presentation.
Great, thank you. Can I just confirm which button?
Yeah, you're on now.
Oh,
so
on
that's
now,
really
sorry. Thank you. Great, yes, so I'm Nicola Hine with First Gas. I'm based in New Plymouth. I'm the Land and Planning Advisor here. I guess I wanted to come along today and do the short presentation in relation to our submission and be available for any questions that you may have. Really, this presentation aims to provide you with further context regarding our submission to the plan change in terms of who we are and what we do and the nature of our assets and how activities carried out by other persons have the potential to affect our operations and our maintenance and access to the pipeline, as well as the continuity of supply. We believe that rules and standards within district plans is an effective tool to manage the concerns, thereby helping to keep the pipeline and people safe. Okay, sorry about that. So here there's just a bit of context about who we are. We're a transmission network and we supply natural gas to the local distribution network, and that in turn provides reticulated gas to hospitals and cafes, restaurants, households, commercial industrial premises. We operate over 2,500 kilometres of high pressure gas transmission pipelines through the North Island. And you can see the blue lines on North Island there is the extent of our pipeline network. We are regionally and nationally significant infrastructure, and that's by definition under the NPS Urban Development 2020 plan statement, sorry. And we're a lifeline utility under the Civil Defence Emergency Management Act 2002. There we go. This is an aerial view which shows you part of the Western Bay of Plenty district and the gas transmission network. So again, whether the blue line there and the turquoise is your boundary and the red lines are the state highways. So to give you some context there. Oh, there we go, thank you. So this is our Washer Road context. So we have the gas transmission network assets. The blue again is the pipeline, and these are underground. And at the bottom there near Bainbridge Ave and Washer Road, we have a delivery point. So just, I guess, to paint the picture, the 800 line starts over near Litchfield and provides gas to Putaruru, Te Rau, Tauranga, Mount Maunganui, Papamoa and surrounding communities. So that's the extent of our sort of linear network. Sorry, I don't know if you can quite see that the 800 line is the one sort of travelling north and parallel to Washer Road, if you like. And so that's only 100 nominal bore steel pipeline. And then the 805 outside of the lane change area, but just running along the top of that aerial there, provides gas to the Rangiuru FCO plant. Both of these assets were installed in 1980s. And then the delivery point there at the bottom, that's where we might vent from. And we do have regular maintenance activities there. And also what you can't see is then the distribution network, which provides that lower pressure gas to the homes that you can sort of see, but it provides gas to Te Moki. There we go. So being an underground asset, visibility to the public at large about where our pipelines are located helps to manage the pipeline awareness. So we therefore support the pipeline corridor, the easement area, being shown on the planning maps and structure plans in relation to this plan change. The planner's report for PC94 did not support the 20-metre corridor to be shown on the structure and planning maps, and that was part of our submission, stating that the rules are more of an appropriate place to provide this buffer area, and we accept this. The pipelines are located within a property easement registered on the land title. The easement is 12 metres wide and typically extends 6 metres either side of the pipeline. This easement allows for ordinary cultivation. So typically your farm vehicles and machinery that won't dig below 400 mils of the existing ground surface. Across our network, we've seen land use change over time, and we're having to manage pipeline operations in response to those changes. The change from farming to, say, an increased population density closer to the gas transmission network means that we're required to, by our operating standard AS 2885, reassess pipeline risks, and that is risk to the pipeline itself from external interference, also to the population around it. Sorry, I've jumped ahead there. First Gas support typical community and council in fulfilling an identified need for industrial land to be developed. Our purpose in taking part in this plan change process is to ensure that First Gas is involved in the discussions around that land use change and the associated activities, which we hope will result in the appropriate type of activity taking place near the pipelines. The pipeline has been designed for the rural environment, and the industrial zone will bring with it a change in land use and activities, which may require further specific consideration by First Gas. So I've listed some of the typical activities that we can see across our network, but it's not only these specifically, it's often the scale of the activities as well. So these activities, if they're not managed appropriately, can affect our ability to access, operate and maintain the pipelines, as well as the safety of those living and working nearby, because our ability does speak to the keeping that asset well maintained. We're keen to work with landowners and developers to ensure these activities are carried out in a way that's appropriate. And I won't go into detail regarding these activities specifically, except to outline a couple of points and examples. So earthworks, even adjacent to the pipeline, say outside that pipeline easement area, can undermine the safety of the pipeline. So if earthworks to occur at that boundary and it perhaps lowered the ground to a point where caused the earth which stabilizes the pipeline to move, that's problematic for everyone really. Structures close to the pipeline also can impact our operations. For example, buildings built close to our delivery points, which are locations of gas venting, will mean we have to reconsider how we carry out those activities and really to make sure that those occupying that nearby building are not put in risk. And likewise, if a retaining wall is built on the easement boundary and it's not constructed with the pipeline excavation in mind, we could end up undermining that retaining wall. So those are just some examples of why we are seeking to be involved in discussions outside our property easement area. Those land use changes may also mean an increase in the population which occupy that land that is subject to the pipeline. So we have seen traditionally childcare facilities, educational training institutes, and these they do change the risk profile that we need to consider. And this was detailed in our submission. We did touch on that with AS288. We believe that by incorporating the appropriate rules and standards into the district plan with regard to certain activities in close proximity to the pipelines will help to ensure pipeline and people safety. We support land development and land use around the pipeline and feel that our expertise is critical to assessing what is appropriate. And we're keen to engage with landowners and developers about those activities, and we offer free services to do so. This is why we support the planning officer's report, which recommends building structures and earthworks set back from the gas transmission pipeline, as well as management of planting within that gas transmission pipeline easement. We do not seek to completely restrict these activities on the land, which we don't own, but we do wish to be engaged with on how to manage these new activities so that we can provide specific advice which keeps the pipelines and people safety as at a focal point, really. And that was just it. And if there's any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Hines. So just to be clear, because we've had other commentary this morning in regard to easements and widths and distances. So the current easement is 6 meters either side of the pipeline. Am I correct?
Yes.
Yeah. But you're keen for further protections, essentially, as you explained, to protect the pipeline from subsidence and such issues.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Further, you made mention of the pipeline is buried, I think you said, to a 400 millimeter depth, and said it didn't interfere with normal practices such as cultivation. So are such practices allowed to go on over the pipeline currently?
Yes, so traditional rural farming practices.
Yeah, so I notice in the picture, the final picture you've got there, for instance, there's a water trough within the easement. So activities, trenching pipes and so on,
Yes.
water pipes are able to occur.
Provided they are carried out within that easement area under a first gas issued permit.
Okay, yeah, thank you for that. Okay, so if I go to James.
Yeah, I was to elaborate a little bit more on the setbacks and so on. So there seem to be four purposes to a setback of one sort or another. So to trigger consultation or discussion, to protect access, to prevent damage, and to mitigate effects of catastrophic failure. And they all seem to have different setbacks. You've got the 6 meter easement. We heard this morning from the geotech guy that 10 meter stability might be limit there, and the proposal at the moment is 20 meters, and then the protection from fatal explosions is more like 60 meters. So I just want to understand what you would suggest as the setback you would like to see, or whether you'd like gradation of activities at different setbacks. So maybe don't put a building right on the 6 meter boundary, but you might, put a car park there or something like that. So can you elaborate what you would like to see in that sense?
So I guess in respect of, I did have a chat, a conversation with the applicant's consultant. I'm sorry, from Momentum, and further information has been available. So in specific, that geotechnical report. So we're quite happy to consider that. And if it's appropriate, I understand, that we put in for a 20 meter separation distance, which is appropriate, say, in managing more intensive development. It's also quite hard to understand how intensive this development will be. So perhaps in this instance, and based on available information, a 10 meter, if supported by that geotechnical information, is more appropriate than the 20, because we're sincere in that we don't want to unduly restrict the landowner, and we're willing to work with them where it's appropriate to manage those appropriate activities. So, if retaining is needed, say at 10 meters, and that can be designed in such a way that when we come to excavate, that's not undermined. The same with buildings, if they were at that 10 meters, provided they were done in such a way. So that's why the ability to have the conversations and for those to flow through to resource consent decisions outside that easement area is important to us. So we're more than happy to, I guess, look at that 10 meter based on advice.
And just to clarify, so would you be open to several different setbacks depending on the activity or the what we're trying to protect against there?
We are open to that. For first gas, it's quite a new approach we're taking. So to give you a bit of background, every time now so over the last couple of years, a district plan review comes up, we will submit and ask for certain changes such as this. What we've had feedback from those councils, it can get quite confusing if you have multiple requirements at different levels. And so that was sort of why we go for a bit of a blanket approach, if you like. And obviously different lands, geotechnical or otherwise, or end use might have different requirements. So I'm happy to look into that. I guess our approach was thinking it's going to be much simpler for someone to pick up a plan and understand within 10, 20 meters, come and talk to First Gas about the earthworks and the structures and things.
So it could be, for instance, 10 to 20 meters, come and talk to you. Within 10 meters, just don't do it.
I struggle with that also because certain things can happen within the 10 meters.
Yeah.
So certain earthworks, installation of services, all those sort of enabling activities that we've discussed, the need for a road. So yeah, I wouldn't want to actually unduly restrict in that 10 meters either.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Granger, do you have any questions?
Thank you. I think it's all been covered. It's going to be a matter of how that is worded to ensure that First Gas is involved without blanket restrictions at certain distances. That's something that needs to be worked out. Yeah, all right, thank you.
Commissioner Withy? Planners? Yeah.
Thanks for being here today, Nicola. You probably may have missed Mr. Cole's talking earlier this morning, and appreciate that you've probably just picked up a few things on the fly there. So just to clarify, maybe the 10 metre buffer for the earthworks, they were talking about preload, things like that. That's what you say may be acceptable to be able to reduce that buffer down from the 20 metres that's currently proposed. And that was either side of the pipeline as well, wasn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Great, thank you.
All good then. Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Thank
Ms.
you for your
Hines.
time.
Great, thank you. All right, Mr. DePire, we back to Regional Council.
Thank you. We've just been listening in this morning. We understand there's a revised scheme for stormwater management. And I just had a chat to Mr. Coles during the break and Mr. Moody and also Mr. Martelli as well, because I think we're just trying to understand what's on the table and what's not. Can you confirm for us, Richard, what scheme we're looking at?
Yeah, we had a revised pond location plan drawn for discussion purposes, which included the pond to the northwest, just north of the plan change area. Over the break, I've had a discussion with Nathan and he's indicated that there's a critical scope change issue. And the regional council would need time to assess the effects of any change if we were going to effectively increase the size of the plan change boundary. So on that basis, we will just stick with the plan change boundary as proposed and the treatment train process as identified in Mr. Moody's plan. But we'll probably amend the wording with respect to the ponds and take off volume areas so that all those matters can be dealt with at time of detailed design, future development. So that's probably where we're at.
Can I just ask a further question, please? Yeah, so we're just trying to get clarity on what we're actually looking at. That's all it is. I think we understand there's something within the development site, so we're not looking at an option. It's either.
I think you made it quite clear at lunch.
Okay. Yeah.
That the regional council would have a scope change issue.
Yeah.
If the pond was to locate outside the plan change site.
Okay.
Is that correct?
Well, it's just, that was our initial response. I just wanted to know what scheme you're putting for, because obviously Western Bay have their views as well. So we're not being determinative. We're just responding and trying to understand what is being proposed today, because it's, that there's what's on the table. I think that's just what we need to know. I think just to add, and I'm sure Philip has something to add here too, but just talking to Mark Townsend as well, he's just suggested that it would be necessary to at least understand some details or see something of a scheme for that stormwater management. And yes, in summary, I think we'd raise concerns about that, the fact that it's been notified and now we're looking at a mitigation outside the plan change area. So we'd probably need to know, do some sort of assessment about that, but have concerns in that regard anyway. Okay.
Okay, could I go to Mr. Martelli first?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. From a scope, is it on the plan change or not? My view is it is on the plan change because it's within the scope. It may not be within the boundary of what they're proposing, but within the scope of what they are proposing to do. It's just like, for example, one of the mitigations for transport is traffic lights or roundabout on Cameron Road, which is not within the zone extension. But that's my view. You may wish to take separate legal advice in due course if you wish.
I think I might like to take a short break and take my fellow commissioners out for a minute to consult on this, because I've got a view, but I want to hear their views too. So if we could have a short break, please. Have we got a picture of the proposal? Because I can't quite see one. Oh, okay.
Sorry, just sent it to you.
Yeah. One pad will be enough if we bring that out with us. Yeah.
Sorry.
Can someone make it available to us? I don't think we've got a copy either. Thank you.
Right, we'll be 5 minutes. We'll be right back.
There we go, through to you and I'll send it to Nathan as well. We'll get some printed copies, Nathan, one moment. Right, thanks. Oh, I'll send it to you. I'll just send it to I'll send it. There you go, thank you. That should come through, Nathan. Oh, sorry. We're getting some copy for you. Thank you. Yeah. You did use that. Thank you so much. Yeah, sorry, sometimes I know it just takes a moment for the emails to go through. If we just pause there. Right. Oh, yeah. Mr. Chair, just give me some copies for Nathan. You can see the email was left, so those copies will be back in about 2 minutes.
Perhaps we should just wait a couple of minutes till they're in front of you before we proceed.
Do you need one?
Okay, we'll resume then. Short break was just to compare notes with my fellow commissioners and ensure that they were of the same mind than myself. And so we concur with the views essentially expressed by Mr. Martelli that just because a proposed pond to mitigate the effects is outside of the boundary of the plan change shouldn't exclude it from consideration as one of the options to deal with the stormwater concerns Regional Council has expressed. So we think it should remain on the table at this point. And sure, we appreciate that proper design processes would have to take place before a consent could be approved for such a dam, or such a pond, sorry, that's the wrong word. But we don't think it should be excluded at this point just because it's outside of the boundary.
Am I able to respond in summary?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Yeah,
Yep.
I think just the subtle distinction from a planning perspective is that with traffic effects, there's effects that emanate from particular activities occurring within the site. And so you've got no choice about traffic affecting the already existing location of a piece of infrastructure down the road. And there's naturally, effects arise from activities that occur within the site. Whereas this situation, the effects that are being derived within the site appropriately should be managed within the site. That's the first option. And I think we'd have a fundamental issue about that. But I guess, and also the land isn't contained within the plan change area. So the legality of then requiring a future process on a piece of land that's not included within the plan change area, I don't think it's actually legal. That's just my preliminary understanding, and I've just taken advice from our legal counsel on that point. But I appreciate the practicality, it's, so I guess that's our response, and probably that one to Western Bay as well. But I'm glad we've had this conversation. So
cool. Thank you. So perhaps I've been reflecting since this morning, and I just wondered if I could ask another question, perhaps of Mr. Townsend, before we pick up, go to your next person. But you spoke this morning about the flooding effects, Mr. Townsend, and trying to seek other opportunities to manage those growing effects other than raising stop banks. And so are there other opportunities to create extra or increased outlet capacities for this drainage area, or such things as additional pumping stations to cope with stormwater? Are all those things the type of things that you're considering?
Yeah, in response, Mr. Chairman, so there's two distinct areas. There's flood conveyance down water channels through to rivers and so forth, and then there's land drainage itself. So water that falls on the land, which before stop banks would have flowed into the stream, but obviously can't now. So we're talking here about the conveyance issue, and we have all sorts of different options that we've looked at. There's all sorts of constraints as well. One of the major constraints is, of course, boundary conditions at the sea and at the Kaituna River, and where that comes in as well. So we, as part of our options for our scheme, we're continually looking at solutions in that regard. And I'll just reiterate what I said before, is that our preference, and we say that in all our guidelines, is in terms of increased flow coming off development sites, we want that to be handled by that development itself. So if you like, if we've got some options that we need for the future for the scheme as a whole, we don't want that taken up by a development site. We think that should be covered by the development itself.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. So I don't think everybody else. All right, so I think we're prepared to, or ready to move on and call Ms. Ira. That's your next plan, is that correct?
it is, yeah. Just a question to the panel. Will they be taking legal advice and making a decision on that particular point to do with the location of that stormwater mitigation?
Well, given what you've said, I'm sure we will be.
Thank you. Okay, appreciate that.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me back here today. I just have one request, if I may be so bold, is to ask if I'd be able to, through my screen, see the commissioners and councillors. Yesterday when I was speaking, I wasn't able to see them. The council chamber screen is looking at the submitters. Oh, thank you. It's quite challenging not being able to see the people that you're talking to. So thank you for that. So certainly in terms of the first part of my evidence, I think we covered that in a lot of detail yesterday. So today you'll be relieved to hear that I'll be quite short and sweet and just focus in on those matters around the applicant's approach. If I move to paragraphs 14 and 15 of my evidence, I agree with the proposed amended approach, the treatment train approach for managing the effects of water quality discharges on the Onehunga stream. And so it's an important part of this treatment train approach is the proposed use of source control of inert building materials to reduce zinc and copper discharges from those areas. And also the recommendations from the ecologist to require high-risk industries to prepare site-specific pollution plans. Then, of course, also the additional on-site stormwater management and wetlands that we have been speaking about today. So I am supportive of that, and it's certainly more in line with that water-sensitive design philosophy that I spoke about yesterday, especially with all the stormwater management being able to be undertaken outside of the riparian area. If I move to paragraphs 22 to 27 of my evidence, it's where I respond to the planner's report. So, and this is really where I'll just focus in on some areas where I agree or disagree with the reporting planner. A really important part of the source control and treatment train approach is the requirement for site-specific pollution prevention plans, which, as I mentioned, the applicant's ecologist has recommended, and also to keep hazardous substances outside of the 1% AEP floodplain. So I disagree that the current district plan provisions provide adequately for these items. And as I spoke about yesterday, and we had quite a good discussion on this, there do also need to be provisions around the management of cumulative effects from the site. And these could be done via a stormwater management plan. Just a point I'd like to mention in my evidence is, as I mentioned, the importance of the site-specific pollution prevention plans. I have no doubt that with all good intentions, industries don't go out there looking to pollute the environment or to cause harm. But unfortunately, mistakes do happen on sites. Sometimes chemicals are actually stored in areas which are outside of building areas. And so if you don't have good housekeeping practices on the sites, then you have an increased likelihood of contaminants being discharged to the receiving systems. And these industrial areas are just a level of risk higher than, say, what we would get in terms of contaminants from residential or commercial areas. In terms of responding to the applicant's evidence, I disagree with Mr. Cole's assessment. I do not believe that there are activity performance standards under Rule 1245 of the district plan that recognize for or provide for low impact design stormwater systems. The rule does refer to Council's development code, and Council's development code talks about low impact disposal. Now, low impact disposal is something that's quite different from low impact design. It's thinking about stormwater as a waste product that we need to get rid of as quickly as possible. And the code itself was written quite a while ago now, so it doesn't actually address the contaminant and water quality effect needs that one would have from a site like this. I do not believe that the Council's development code at the present time can be relied upon to adequately avoid or mitigate effects from contaminant discharges to the stream. I do note that Mr. Moody, in his evidence, paragraph 34, did also say that the treatment train approach would be built into plan change provisions. So, I made that assumption when reading that it was also his understanding that additional provisions would be required to require this treatment train approach. So in terms of the recommendations and just summing up my evidence with respect to this plan change. As I mentioned, I agree with the applicant's approach and the treatment train approach that they're using, but I have no level of comfort that this approach will be implemented on the ground unless there are provisions within the district plan which allow for this. In terms of those provisions, generally, a lot of them are around the source control and at source aspects of the treatment train. I would like to see the inclusion of provisions around inert building materials, storing hazardous substances outside of the 1% AP floodplain, and a requirement for high-risk industrial activities to prepare site-specific pollution plans. I think this is a really important point, that the provisions are clear in this aspect, because we can't show source control activities on a structure plan like we can for the stormwater wetland. So we have no way of actually showing where that management will occur within the structure plan. And so the only way that we can do that and provide certainty is through the provisions, which effectively act as the direction for that stormwater management approach. I'm also supportive of the provision recommended by Mr. Tapiri around the preparation of a stormwater management plan. And this is to account for the cumulative effects, as well as that integrated management of the water quality and water quantity approaches that is being proposed by the applicant. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions? Commissioner Withy, do you have any questions? Councillor Dinion?
Yeah, I'm interested in if perhaps you can explain, enlighten me on the stormwater treatment, because what happens to the dissolved metals and particulates? It's all very well to retain those in a stormwater pond or wetland, but how are they removed, or else we're just creating a toxic wetland or pond? And there's also a danger, I guess, that in a storm event that they get resuspended or washed out into the stream. So perhaps you can explain about how that works, please.
Yes, absolutely. So you are actually right. When we are building a device like a constructed stormwater treatment wetland, the purpose of that wetland is to retain those contaminants. So the vegetation itself will take up a lot of the dissolved contaminants, and some of the particulate contaminants of the sediments or any metals that are attached to sediments, they will filter out and drop out into the base of the wetland. So by creating that treatment wetland, you are creating a need to have to go into that wetland to maintain it. What you'll find with the design of those wetlands is that they'll have a forebay area, which is sort of a deeper ponded area within the wetland. And that's the area that you would go in on a more regular basis and clean out that contaminated sediment. And that contaminated sediment would more than likely need to, certainly from an industrial, a wetland that treats an industrial site, that contaminated sediment would more than likely need to go to a landfill or hazardous fill area. And I guess that's why that whole source control and at source approach is so important, because it reduces the work that the stormwater wetland has to do. It reduces the maintenance frequency in terms of going in and cleaning out and disturbing it. And so it just helps reduce cost in the long term as well. Did that answer your question correctly?
Yeah, very good, thank you. And just one follow-up one. I may have misunderstood or misheard you, but you were trying to talk about the difference between low impact design and water sensitive design.
Yeah, sorry. So it was the council's code of the development code. They reference something called low impact disposal. And that's not a known term in New Zealand or in the literature internationally in terms of a way of managing stormwater. Generally, people talk about low impact design, which is the same as water sensitive design. So it's a whole design approach. It's seeing stormwater as a resource, looking at how we can use source control Whereas something like low impact disposal is just really, how can we get rid of the water quickly and sustainably so that it's not dirty? It's kind of a different philosophy, I suppose. And so the only way we know what low impact disposal would be looking at what the development code says about it. And there's not much information in there as to what that means.
Thank you, Ms. Sarah. That's helpful. I was getting hung up on the disposal versus design word in that phrase, but thank you.
No, that's fine. Thank you.
Councillor Granger. We'll go to our planners.
Just one point of clarification, please. Ms. Ira, you mentioned before that you'd considered 12.4.5 in the district plan, but have you considered 12.4.10, which is specifically for structure plans, stormwater, in which point 12.4.10.4 does actually specifically mention low impact design? So I just wanted to get your thoughts on that. Thanks.
Yes. So I did, not for this plan change, but certainly for the one that we spoke about yesterday, I did have a look at those structure plan provisions. And my comment there would be that they're just particularly vague. And again, they're referring to the council's development code, which doesn't really support that low impact design process.
You satisfied? Oh, you've got another one? Yes. Cool.
I'm sorry, and just one further point of clarification. In the rebuttal evidence of Mr. Coles, he's put a suite of provisions there under point 26. Have you considered those and would they be acceptable?
Yes, thanks for that question. I did mean to mention that when I was giving my evidence. So I saw that for the first time this morning. I have had a look at it. My feeling is that I'm not supportive of provision 12.4.14.2b, which is the one that relates mainly to the treatment train philosophy and design. And the reason for that is it just does not include the specificity that's needed to ensure a really clear framework for implementation. And if I put my consenting hat on, if I were to come and process a resource consent for this plan change area, there's nothing within the plan change that gives me any indication of what the recommended approach for stormwater treatment is in terms of the source control aspects on the site, as was recommended by the applicant's ecologist. So there needs to be some specificity around those source control and at source provisions in order to provide clarity for consenting reasons.
Okay. Well, if I come back to Commissioner Withy.
This may be a question of Mr. Tapari or Ms. Ira, but yesterday there was a suite of additional conditions that would have satisfied the regional council in relation to the Tupuna change. If there was a similar suite adapted to the circumstances here, would that satisfy Ms. Ira and you, Mr.
Most definitely. And yeah, the only distinction why we didn't offer them yesterday is because we felt the principle of the scheme hadn't adopted for stormwater management. But in this case, we're fully supportive of it, provided obviously in our view that that pond be within the development site. But yes, this is appropriately accommodated, and I'm happy to expand on that in a useful way, in a very specific way when I provide my response. Okay.
All right. I think we've concluded our questions there. So thank you very much, Ms. Ira.
Thank you for your time.
So so, Mr. Tapari, you want to continue with the Mr. Hamill, is it now?
Do you have any questions for Mr. Hamill? Does anyone have any questions for our ecologist?
I don't, but. So we're just waiting.
No, I think so.
No, we don't actually.
Okay, oh, well, shall we continue?
Yep, that sounds fine to me.
Good. Okay, I just only wanted to make one point on the matter of ecology is that, this is just a planning element, is that an ecologist took an undertaking on this particular site, provided a series of detailed recommendations that are set out in Mr. Moody's evidence, and they haven't been adopted by the planner for some reason. Now, this may be a question around efficiency, and I appreciate that efficiency is important in plan making, and obviously we're looking at a balance here between the regional, the applicant's approach, what the district council thinks appropriate, and also where we're coming from. And I guess one of the distinctions, and this is a really good place to start this discussion, is specificity that's reasonable and appropriate for a particular situation. Now, we've discussed volume. Turning to water quality, have the commissioners read the ecology report prepared by Boffa-Miskell?
Yes.
And you'll see that there's a number of recommendations under section 5.1. They're fulsome recommendations. So, and they're quite specific to that particular stream with those intended land uses and that particular location. And that's why we support those being rolled over into the structure plan. And these reflect the outcomes that ultimately I think we're trying to achieve through the implementation of the MPSFM, which the Western Bay District Plan has not yet given effect to. So that's why it's a layered approach and looking at the statutory provisions, about what's relevant. So I actually do see the relevance from Western Bay's point of view, because obviously they're saying, we've got some plan rules in here. They generally deal with structure plans. Why don't we just use those? And of course, that's a reasonable first question to ask. But I guess it is relevant. I guess it's what are the particular effects that arise from this plan change? And I think Ms. Ira has dealt with them very clearly and very succinctly and tied them back to this particular site based on the advice from that ecology report. So what we're really seeing is these intended land uses and this proximity of the site to that stream that's been identified as moderate to high. What do we need to do to manage long-term stormwater quality? So in that sense, I prefer the evidence of Ms. Ira. Now, what Ms. Ira has done is she's summarised those assessments under 5.1, and we've factored that into, can I refer the panel to my evidence? Is that useful?
Yes.
Yep. Under paragraph there's no page number, but it's under planning provisions. Should be towards the end of the statement.
Do you want the ecology report?
Sorry, I'm referring to my evidence.
His own report.
Yeah.
I'm having trouble finding it. Just a minute.
Yes, thank you. Should I?
Page 17.
Whoops. Work on Mr. Daniel's one. Thank you. Yep, got it in front of us. Thank you.
Cool. Let's say so under 5, Roman numeral 5, under that section, specific information requirements for detailed design of stormwater measures. So just to make a point there, we're not after utter detail, we're after guiding detail for the implementation of the plan. And that is under C, detail and sizing information to manage water quality, wetlands and associated devices in accordance with our guidance document. And any and at source controls and water cycling options, it should read zoned industrial land and parallel to the discharge consent. So of all those the summary of all of that stuff we've got from the ecologist, in our view, which our ecologist agrees with that assessment, we think C of that section and provisions in the latter part of that, and the earlier part which relate to water quality, which essentially boils down to inert roofing materials, is sufficient to address all of those concerns. So that's how we've translated those over into the provisions for water quality. Now, by comparison with Mr. Cole's approach, which is slightly different, is that I can see again, he's probably taken, he's gone for a different approach, and he's saying, let's just deal with this issue by adopting a treatment train philosophy. So from the regional council's point of view, in terms of response, I think we accept what the philosophy is, but our concern is about implementation. We're looking for guided information that transfers from a detailed assessment by a qualified person into the structure plan. And we feel that those provisions have done that translation exercise. There may be a further step, and if I had the time, obviously, I would do it, is translate it and have a further review against how the Western Base Plan specifically deals with each view. But there's two things with that, is that there's specific recommendations for the site, and I don't believe it's sufficient to then refer to all of these sections over that plan. I think it's easier just to do one bundle that deals with one thing, and then it's a clean thing, particularly if you're a consent officer, because it's easy to implement and it's easy to read, and it supports implementation. So, there may be a further balancing that could be done at some point, but also we've laid the rules out in this particular way, accepting that they could be economized in a further sense, because it's important to see the reporting planner didn't address these details to the extent that we would have liked. So we felt it was necessary just to set them out in such a way. So we accept, yes, there's further economy, but I wouldn't go far as Mr. Coles has gone with his approach, because I don't believe it's imprecise, I don't believe that it's clear, and I don't believe it supports implementation.
Could I just ask a clarification? You started off on this point 5A, that you said pretty sure you said you weren't expecting utter detail, but you then said, was it indicative detail? Or what was the adjective you used?
We'd probably suggest what methods we think is appropriate for that type of land use, but we wouldn't say you need to do the pipe to this side and this go location and all of that. All that design can be just worked out at a later date, but there's appropriate technologies for that type of water quality being emitted from such a site, from an industrial site. That's kind of accepted in that world, and that's why I rely on Messiah. So that's the level of detail. It's guiding detail. Yep.
Guiding detail.
Yes. Okay. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Guiding detail. Yeah.
Thank you. That's the word I was looking for.
Sorry. Yeah.
Yes, we got there. Appreciate that.
Okay, great. And I think in other respects too, I think cumulative issues is really well understood clearly by this panel. I don't think I need to go over that. So thank you.
Could I just pause you there? We have another question here from Councillor Daniel.
Sorry, I may have misunderstood, but you're saying you didn't want the details, but looking at 5A, it says the size of detention location, configuration of the outlet structures, discharge locations and hydraulic performance. That looks quite detailed to me.
Yes.
So is that what you want in the future, or what you're looking for now?
Okay, so just to make the distinction between the two issues, one's water quality. So that requires a level of detail that we think is appropriate for a structure plan. Now we're on to volume, which is different. So that's the advice that I take from my engineer. My engineer informs me, Nathan, if we want to have general certainty about the solution for the site, we need to know X, Y, and Z. So that's why it's formed in that way. Is that useful?
Yeah.
answer the question? Yeah, okay.
What, you can continue, thanks.
Okay, much in the same vein, it was really just to go across the point that, you know, that's why our volumes assessed in that particular way. And also just to make a small distinction between what we were looking at yesterday and what we're looking at today, there's a reason why we're not going back and saying, give us the model, right, for the whole area to understand what the size of the stormwater infrastructure is. This environment's less complex for assessing all of those effects. This one, in this case, we think it can be simplified within the parameters that have been prescribed to address Mr. Townsend's concerns around protecting the efficient operation of his flood protection scheme. So that addresses our regional policy statements concerns about increases in risk on infrastructure that's in our regional policy statement. Last point that I want to make, and just wanted to thank the panel again for the patience, because we do feel that these are important provisions, is there remains a question around two things. And yeah, actually, I'll just finish by saying, in response to Mr. Cole's evidence, I have read this, yeah, in particular B, and I acknowledge the intention to respond, but in terms of controlling and ensuring outcomes, just don't see that. Particularly, stormwater design should be implemented progressively, wouldn't support that. Treatment train philosophy, not precise. Treatment train devices shall be taken into account the diverse and varied industrial activities permitted in the industrial zone, while recognizing that high-risk facilities, I mean, I'm not sure exactly what we're talking about there, and also requirements on future resource consent processes isn't, in my understanding, a legal approach. So, and also all of those elements have been put into one block. And, you know, from a plan administrator's point of view, I'm sure Ms. Price would appreciate that it's easier to have things just very clearly set out so everybody knows what's going on. Yeah, I think it's a concern we just have about those, the way that Mr. Coles has responded to that in terms of plan writing. The last thing, one of the last things I wanted to raise was, I think that, and I've addressed this in my evidence, and it's the point around to the extent to which a structure plan is then not opportunities for someone to not implement the structure plan, the stormwater management plan, and vary that approach. And so, you know, that fundamentally underscores that approach. And as proposed by Mr. Coles, he's suggesting a discretionary activity. In my mind, that provides an average level of certainty that a landowner would necessarily, or any future landowner, of course, because these provisions go with the land, not the landowner. And that's a really important consideration here. And there are effects that are resulting out of this. And so I think it is a necessary approach for us to provide certainty with a level much higher than a discretionary activity. And I'd suggest it either be a performance standard or a policy. And my approach and my evidence is set out under Roman numerals 4, below paragraph 74, that stormwater management solutions for subdivisions must be consistent with the SMP certified by the Western Bay District Council. I think that's an important step to support the fact that I don't agree that a variation outside of the structure plan should be a discretionary activity. I just think that is too much of a relaxed approach. So if we are to meet the test of the regional policy statement, which is avoiding increases outside the risks, outside the development site, which is important, and we've heard from Mr. Townsend about that, this is ensuring that options other than what is anticipated are reasonably protected to ensure we give effect to that direction. So it's quite a lot after lunch, but I just must say that whatever the next steps are, I think I would like to think that the council would provide future opportunity to ensure that subdivisions are consistent with the SMP and that variations on staging are strictly controlled. I think that's the best way to say it. Otherwise, we're looking at situations where cumulative effects may easily arise. And similarly, as Mr. Townsend has already explained to us, little by little, by little, by little, by little, by little, by little. And, you know, when the wider view here is in having worked on natural hazards and a lot of the modelling work across the city, we're trying to lessen our reliance on infrastructure, big infrastructure spends, because actually we've got existing situations within Te Puke already, and you'll be aware of this discussion with your communities, that we've already got these problems. So why are we transferring risk? You know, that's a really good question to consider with these plan changes. And so actually what we want to be doing is spending money in those areas, not on an asset downstream. And that's why we're taking an at-source control approach with these provisions. So the only last thing that I felt like it was useful before I finish, and thank you panel for patience on this. Look, immediately hasn't popped up. I felt like I'd made the points for us anyway. And yeah, I just, it was just that last thing really on decreasing reliance on our flood protection and assets and generally, and also, oh, that's right. Sorry, I just remembered it. Plan change 27, you may have heard of that plan change over at Tauranga City. Familiar? The cornerstone of that plan change is to put in a district plan controls that seek to avoid affecting A, the conveyance function of flooding channels, and B, transferring risk to your neighbour's property. That process has already occurred under the Tauranga City plan, but it hasn't happened here. And this is why we're making the case for it. Such that it would happen, we would less likely and have less representation around some of these flooding issues, because we'd have confidence that that district plan has had regard to that direction in the regional policy statement. All sounds a lot of blah, 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 but in effect, managing risk outside is a standard practice that's within the TCC plan. And as Western Bay approach their plan review period, we would like to work very closely with them on how that direction is implemented in their plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, do we have any final questions for Mr. Tapari? Murray Ranger.
Thank you, Mr. Tapari. Going back to the economy of rule writing, can you explain to me why you consider it necessary for the rule you have under Roman numeral 2 about functionally compromised buildings when there won't be any?
Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah. This is in, okay. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Okay. Yeah, I rely on the evidence informing that position on functionally compromised on Mark Ivanby because he's a specialist in the area. But essentially, was there a particular aspect you'd like me to respond to?
So we know that it's going to be built 300, 400 above the flood level, all the buildings.
Yes.
Oh,
sorry.
We know that everything's going to be built 300 to 400 above the 1% flood level. So therefore they won't be flooded. So why do we need a rule to deal with them when they're flooded if they won't be flooded?
Right. Okay. Right. Yep. Can I take advice from one of my team?
With respect, sir,
Mm.
you have put this in your evidence as an expert witness. I've sat in your chair, I've been an expert witness.
Yes.
So this is your expert opinion, and I'm asking you for your view on it.
Well, the expert evidence and the person that's drafted this rule, as I've referred to in the body of my text, is Mark Overme. So I'm relying on him in developing this and including it within my submission. It's outside my area of expertise because I'm not an actual technical person on those areas. So I think I set that out in section in paragraphs 40 to 44 of my evidence, that I rely on the views of Mark Overme in reaching that conclusion as to the appropriateness of that particular rule. Yeah. But I can understand your logic in appreciating if everything is above, why would you need the rule? I understand that. And perhaps we didn't land that issue as to whether everything would be above the 1%, the 1% APE level. Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Denier?
Yeah.
No. So before we move on, I believe Mr. Withy has a slightly different question.
My question really is of Mr. Martelli. What I'm unsure of is how you and Ms. Price want to proceed. The normal way would be we would hear from you and then we would hear from Mr. Coles. But I'm wondering if a better way might be that we adjourn, and if you can see enough scope for negotiating, you might negotiate three-way about how much of what Mr. Tupari is asking for might be incorporated, because the alternative is that you will address us and we will have to make a determination. And my approach is it's always better to negotiate these things rather than leave it to the judges, because nobody might be happy with the judge's determination. You're more likely to get something that all the parties can live with if it's by negotiation. So that's a long way to a question to Ms. Price and Mr. Martelli. Do you see point in doing that?
Yeah, I understand exactly where you're coming from. It's certainly, I think it's worth attempting that. There's one question I'd like to put on the record though before we break to allow the three-way discussion, if that's all right, Mr. Chairman.
We'll bring a question forward first.
So, Mr. Tupari, in your evidence that we just went through a little bit before, the Roman numeral 5, you talk about the information that basically you said that Mr. Townsend would be needed to make a decision. Did I hear you correct? Sorry. The information you got listed under Roman numeral 5, like down, particularly C and so on, you were saying that that's the sort of information that Mr. Townsend told you that he would need to help them make a decision on a particular resource consent. Did I hear you right?
Correct. Yeah. So well, not on a resource consent, but on the purposes of the stormwater management plan. Yes.
On the purpose, how do you mean on the purposes?
The stormwater management plan doesn't in itself require consent, but it's a plan to be prepared for that informs the subsequent. That's the,
So, okay, so it's a bit different to what I interpreted what you said before. So what you're saying is that information is needed to develop a comprehensive stormwater consent.
No, the comprehensive stormwater consent is something different altogether.
So, okay.
Sorry,
so what is,
Mr. Martin?
Can you just clarify then,
Yes.
What is this information, in your view, required for?
Okay.
What part of the process?
Oh, part of the process? I can answer that. Yeah, cool. Okay, so we have a site and then we do a comprehensive stormwater management plan for the whole area, which sets out the various things. Now, can I refer you to my evidence? Be helpful for you, I think, for all of us. It's under 3 of proposed provisions, Roman numeral 3.
Yeah, that's under 74.
Yes,
74,
correct.
is it? Yep.
Sorry, I should have page numbered it, but yeah, 2 statements. 1, 2, 3. Paragraph 4 under new policy stormwater management plan.
Yep.
Yes. managed blah, 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 through a stormwater management plan for the entire business park area, right? The whole thing.
Hang on.
Yeah, the SMP is to be certified by the Western Bay of Plenty District Council.
No, sorry, can't find that. Just a minute.
Yeah.
You said Roman numeral 4?
3.
Roman numeral 3.
Sorry.
Okay, back again. That's under new objectives and policies.
Yes, correct. Bottom of the page. Yeah.
Yep. Then. Okay. Oh, yeah, the new policy at the bottom of the page. Yep.
And then second sentence, the SMP. So in the development process, the SMP is to be certified by yourselves prior to the applicant obtaining a discharge permit, right? And prior to any subdivision. So that's the step. It basically does the step that hasn't been completed as part of the preparation of the structure plan. And to enable the development to go forward, we just say, okay, you guys haven't done this work now, do it then. And then you can go for consenting. And as part of that, what that does is why we've asked that level of details, because we think it's appropriate to then set enough space inside the structure plan to deal with the peak flows that Mr. Townsend has referred to in his evidence. So it's a proprietary step before anything happens to complete that stormwater work, which they obviously hasn't been worked out between Mr. Moody and Mr. Townsend at this point, because it's an unresolved issue. We put it in the bucket to deal with that, and then we can support the plan change and get a decision.
I understand. Don't necessarily agree, but I understand.
Okay. So I've probably got 2 questions then. But Mr. Coles, are you willing to participate in a 3-way discussion if that's set up?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, if we can come to common ground, I think that.
Yeah, thank you. And I took it from that you were willing to participate.
I'm more than happy. We love collaboration.
So then I have a question for Mr. Martelli. You right? Yep. So how long do you think might be required for such an adjournment?
I don't think it's appropriate that we get into it this afternoon. Obviously, part of that is we'll need to have some of our engineering support with us as well, just as the other parties will. So it's been able to bring those together. So it's just how quickly we can get them, whether we can achieve something tomorrow or whether it has to be next week.
Could I just add that I'm actually away on leave tomorrow, so I won't be available to complete that. When is the panel wanting to complete this section of it, noting that there is some technical input required, and also if they can clarify which set of provisions is most useful to advance what we're discussing? It's just a bit of a base plate for efficiencies.
Can we just have a huddle for a moment?
Yeah.
His question is when will you expect to conclude work? We're doing it. Okay, thank you. The commissioners have had a brief discussion. And we're of the view that it'd be appropriate if we call for a 15-minute adjournment. And I could say we expect you to come back having it all sorted out, but we believe that if you could have a discussion amongst yourselves for 15 minutes, you should be able to get an indication of whether you're likely to be able to proceed these issues or not. And so if you can come back, we will go and have a cup of tea and come back and decide from there whether there's some point of pursuing that further or whether we need to go to the right of replies. Thank you.
And in the final event, will we be offered will the Bay of Plenty Regional Council be offered a right of reply?
Well, I shouldn't have said summing up, a right of reply. I should have said summing up from Mr. Coles and our planner. Yes. My apologies for that.
It's quite all right, yeah.
Right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I guess we asked Mr. Martelli to facilitate a discussion. So, Mr. Martelli, what do you have to tell us at this point?
We had quite a fruitful, turn it on, fruitful discussion, Mr. Chairman. A lot of now we've got to a level of agreement of how we can develop something in terms of where the different parts sit in terms of the structure plan, comprehensive stormwater plan plus future resource consents. It's going to take just a little bit of work to pull that together. And I suppose the difficulty we've got is with school holidays and various annual leave coming up and when we can get back in front of you again. But what we propose is that Mr. Cole and Mr. Tapari will sit down towards the end of next week, and they'll pull something together they're comfortable with. They will then share it with us, and then, and obviously touch base with us on the way through. And then so the week after, probably the week of the 18th is probably the earliest we could come back to you to present the finished version or a preferred option.
Okay. Thank you for that. So is it fair to say then, parties, that we can adjourn this hearing at this point and await your coming back to us? Is everybody comfortable in that space?
Yeah, just before we do so, I think we do, and it was actually really fruitful to talk to Mr. Cole and Mr. Martelli and Ms. Price on the issue. That's really, really good. So it's a good step in the process. I think it's just good to have a little bit of clarity around how that moves. So I think what we've discussed is myself and Mr. Cole's develop something, we'll return it back to Western Bay. Western Bay will send it back to us, and then we'll give it back to them to then hand on to you by the 18th. Did we agree, or did you want a subsequent opportunity to review the final version, Ms. Price?
I suppose that was a question we've got, Mr. Chairman, as to because people have already got leave confined. So Ms. Price is with school holidays, so that takes next week out, but we can start the week after that. So do you want to maybe set a time that following week, or should we leave that with the committee secretary to work on something? So it could either be that week or the week after.
Personally, I'm comfortable to communicate through the committee secretary and find a convenient time around 20th, I believe. 19th is a Saturday, is it? Is that why the 18th is a Friday? Oh, okay. But my date's wrong.
Wednesday that week there's another council meeting in the chamber, but the Monday 18th, Tuesday 19th, and Thursday the 21st are available.
So
if that suits.
I think probably because Ms. Price will be on leave and first day back on the 18th, it might be helpful if we do the week
later in the week would be better for us. But if we were to make a note of give us coming back to us with an opportunity to meet that week commencing the 18th of July, does that sound satisfactory to parties?
Yeah, it just won't be available on the morning of the 18th.
Yeah, but I'm sure that will suit Ms. Price if it's her first morning back.
Nothing like provisions to start the week.
Yeah.
So perhaps we could pencil in maybe a couple of times that week and maybe a couple of following weeks. So just
okay.
19th and the 21st that week. Commissioner Woody.
Oh, sorry, I should have been consulting with you too.
20th is not available for us to recover. 21st is, it's a Thursday. That's our first opportunity.
Yeah, I was thinking in terms of the
can't do the 21st or 22nd.
Okay.
Okay.
We might have to roll over to the next week, maybe.
40th wedding anniversary.
The chamber is free on the Monday 25th.
Yep. Mr. Withy's given me a thumbs up. So does that sound like a reasonable target to the rest of you?
Yeah, whatever assists the panel. Yeah.
Okay. 26th, these panel members are involved in the policy committee and workshops and that's 27th, Wednesday, how's that for the party?
do we have
Got
to?
Chambers. Oh, sorry, no, that's out, indeed, that's out. That's horrible. So.
But do we have to have the chambers?
28, Thursday, 28. Other than that, we can look in another room if it has to be earlier than the 28th.
Well, where's everybody on the 28th?
Looking like a thumbs up.
Yeah, okay, it looks like it. So, cool, thank you.
So Philip will have something to those guys by the end of next week, is that right? Yeah, great. And so when will I, yeah, I'll be in touch Monday. Yeah.
All right. So I think it's appropriate we move the receipt of all evidence, is that right?
Possibly not.
Not until we get some more, okay? Wait until we get it all. Thank you. Thank you for that advice. Okay, well, thank you all very much for your assistance and particularly the willingness to try and work together to resolve these issues. And so I hereby declare this hearing, what's the word? Adjourned. Yeah.
Sorry, just one last point. Was council going to get a legal opinion on that scope issue at all?
We will consult that.
Yeah,
legal.
because we might be able to do some work on the refining the structure plan spatially, if there was scope to do that.
Okay, we'll try and get an answer back to you on what our advice is in that area then. Yeah, thank you. Thank you all.